Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Jury.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican, please.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Literally not true.
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Had a good lunch. Probably too big of a lunch, so it might be nap time here. But it's okay. Greeners has the internet. Congratulations, Greeners. You were first in chat this afternoon, which means all of our problems are now your problems. At least internet ones. Thanks for taking care of the internet for us this afternoon. And appreciate you. You have to do all your other stuff as well. So, all right. There was something I was going to tell you, but now I can't remember what it was. It was important. It'll come back to me. Oh, yes, I cleared off room on my recorder, and now I have enough. I can record nonstop for a week and a half, like 24 hours a day now. So I'm not going to run out of space anymore. Unfortunately, everything you wanted before for me to sound bites out of it, things like it's gone. I just deleted everything. So that's great. Podcast tomorrow night. That's wonderful. Thanks for the reminder. Yes, Ladybug's mom. Ladybug's mom. Thanks for the super chat. Thanks to all those amazing gifters who gifted memberships at the end of the last stream. Congratulations to all the recipients. Recipients, not recipients. If I missed somebody, no, the sound bites are not gone, but just the material that I was supposed to get new sound bites from, I deleted it. If I missed any of you and your generous donations, I do apologize. That was not my intent. It went very fast. Greener's band chats. I don't know how I would show. I mean, I can see them. I can see all of his band's chats. It's actually a bit to scroll through to see. It's still loading. There's a few on there. Greeners. I love it. No, I can see all your messages. So yeah, it's fun. It's fun to occasionally pull up a channel. Greeter's longtime supporter of the channel, and comedic timing is amazing. Sometimes pushes the envelope just a bit, but always with a good intent at heart, I think. Laura, member for 23 months. Congratulations. One more month and you'll get a pink courthouse. Sending love and hugs to all that need it today. Thank you, Laura. Appreciate that. Thanks for being mindful of some of our who calls it the Pixel fam? Is that Legally Blonde? Our Pixel fam that is going through things or has family members going through things right now. Cindy, enjoy the moment. Gifted a membership as well. Did you read the allegedly? Oh, allegedly on the end. There it is. Let's see. Thank you for the gifted membership, Cindy. That was very kind of you as well. All right. Why is the dog chewing on this guy? Don't know. He must have done something.
That's literally not true.
That part's not true. Do I still have that? Where's the...
Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case?
Oh, she found out.
Okay, I need to use that one more often. I keep forgetting I have that. Ladybug's mom kicked off this
don't
opening.
Put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty. Kicked
off the stream with another gifted membership as well. Thank you. Oh, she did find out. She found out. We're going to be going back to court here in just a moment, and of course I've got to fix the audio again. But until then, Until then, we'll have this up here. That is a chat favorite. I just have to remember it's on the same page as the birthday song when I'm scrolling through different options. Good news from Josh. Doctor came by, and I got the all clear to go home today. That's awesome, Josh. I told him in mod chat that this is something I said, so it's not hearsay.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
His superpower is recovery. He gets better quick. He bounces back fast. Love it. Did you tell him you can go? Did he say you could go fishing, or he's just like go home and rest? Don't chat enough for gifted membership. Just make sure your setting is turned to accept gifted memberships, and it may happen. May happen. Good luck to you. Just got new plates for my hoopty. Phil, have you made a hoopty with diplomatic plates? I'm curious. I know that you do make those sort of things. So, what model of car would you go with to have a hoopty? Don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty. You could send it to Mr. Magoo too. One might say Josh is a sort of recovery addict. Yes, he's good at it. I'm the heir apparent to Josh's wrench. I think it returns to sender. I think that's how it works. All right, we're going to be going back to court here in just a minute. We've listened to a lot of video today, some interrogation, some police in-car video. And I have to say, I've got a different impression of the defendant today than I did from seeing him in court and hearing some of the things that were brought up previously. I do feel now that he's a smart cookie, if you know what I mean. He knows, he's observant, and I think he intellectually he's smart. He might still have some mental challenges that are, if he's hearing things or seeing things that nobody else hears and sees, that could be an issue. But he's also very smart and a little bit, I think he's playing a long game when he talks to the police officers. And the fact that I feel the same about his parents, although less effectively. I'm not convinced that he's out of his mind. Let's put it that way. Got lost inside Trader Joe's. It happens to the best of us. Just look for the flowers. They're always by the entrance. Watch the apprehension video. Yes, they got him. They got him on that one. He was studying psychology, and then he told him he was like learning about AI and how to better it for society and humanity and prevent the problems. That's a big thing to be studying about in college. I'm not sure there's really a degree that focused on that, especially when he was in there. Maybe now there is, but let's see. Gifted membership's completely random as long as you're subscribed to a channel and have memberships enabled. You can get one. I got gifted an RA membership before I ever even watched a stream. That's how we suck you in. The first one is free, Salty Spoon. Nope, he's trying to game the system. I'm getting a little bit of that vibe. A little bit. I'm not convinced, though. I need to see more. We do expect the state is going to rest today. They're going to put on the last of their evidence here at the end of the day, so we probably only have 3, maybe 4 hours worth of testimony this afternoon before the state will rest, at which point they will break for the day, and defense will decide how they want to proceed, and we'll start again with a Thursday. Unless they have no witnesses, I don't see it going to jury selection, to verdict watch tomorrow. I think it would be longer. If they've got some witnesses, I think it's going to be a Friday verdict watch. But gaming the system and his parents, I think the parents knew more than they let on. All right. I don't think it's that random. I haven't got a gifted membership in over a year. We do know that once you've received a gifted membership, or in some cases a couple gifted memberships, which seems to happen earlier on when you join a channel or start watching, there seems to be a dry spell afterwards. But we have found that after that dry spell is over, you might be put back in the mix, so to speak. My membership settings on over the last 4 years on multiple streams. I have never won a single time. I'm not a Fed. You might want to check your account to make sure it is eligible to receive memberships. Some branded accounts, and I realize you might say, I'm not a brand. Some accounts may have accidentally been set up as a branded account, which are not allowed to win memberships like that. RC Silo, thanks for the kind words. Calm voice, so funny. Well, 1 out of 2 isn't bad. You get 3 per year. That's why we all buy it. You get 3, that's it. You've solved the algorithm. Liking and subbing does help. We believe it does. Our informers on the YouTube side have said that the increased channel activity tends to improve the odds of getting a membership, but some of our most active ones don't for some reason. It's also weird on this stream, it shows my screen name, and on Broken Baker's stream, it shows my real name. YouTube has changed this a little bit. They switched to this handle, which is a unique identifier. Their purpose behind that was to make sure basically they're trying to cut down on people pretending to be other viewers. So say, let's pick just a random viewer out of the mix. Say Greeners is in here in chat and he's talking, and someone else comes in with the name Greeners as well. And maybe even uses his profile picture or something, and now gets Greeners in trouble by pretending to be him. That was something that could happen before. But with the handles are unique. So it's a unique identifier. So it does help. Unfortunately, some people's handles were things that they didn't want to reveal. It might have been their personal name or things like that. So I don't know if this is permanent or what, but they just change things around on us. That's how it works. Ladybug's mom, thank you for the gifted membership. Went to Army Mom, from one mom to another. That is awesome. Edith, very generous, very generous. It's funny because it tells me Ladybug's mom is Edith. But it doesn't show you guys. Well, I guess it does in the fine print. It's always Greeners. Greeners has had, yes, that's why I brought him up. He's had impersonators. Always copying, never quite the same. All right. I think court's about to begin. I have a dilemma. I'm thinking it through. Black Friday is a great time to buy things that are on sale. And I'm looking at down the road what I want to do with the channel, and obviously I've shared with you that 4K is a goal of mine, to have a 4K live stream channel. Each component that gets upgraded is I'm just saving up and upgrading each component at a time. Do I upgrade first the streaming side of it, as far as the connection to the YouTube? So I could buy a Blackmagic Design 4K encoder, which can send a 4K signal 60 frames per second, and it's just a dedicated machine, which would take the load off my switcher, which is great because it reduces the heat a ton in there and everything else. Do I get that? I can't do both. I have to do one or the other. I have to save up and buy for it. I can't just, the money tree has been shaken. So I this is where I'm at. Do I buy that first, or do I buy a computer which can output 4K and stream if need be? But that wouldn't be the goal in the long term, and then get the encoder later. That's the dilemma. Which came first, the chicken or the egg, is basically where we're at. No rush on the decision. The sale ends in 15 hours, so I've got time. But, yeah, coin toss, little coin toss. We're excited. Honestly, this is a lot of fun. I love what I do, and I love that I get to play with technology every day. And it looks like we might even be coming back to court right now. A little shake from the cameraman. It is just after 1 o'clock, so you can take out a HELOC. I could. I would rather not do that. A HELOC is a home equity line of credit.
Thank you. Everyone, please be seated.
Go back, and it's noisy. Judge is cleaning her glasses.
All right, we are back on the record for the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, 229009222. We are present here in the open courtroom, present to the court, the clerk, the court reporter. Mr. Lanz is represented by Attorney Jimmy Berry, and the state is represented by Assistant District Attorneys Green and Horowitz. Good afternoon, everyone. Is there anything that we need to put on the record, any concerns, any procedural issues? Thank you.
Devin Daughtry, thank you very much. 5 gifted memberships.
State calls Detective Zachary Stanner. Detective Zachary Stanner next up. He's been sitting with the prosecution. I think he's the lead detective, which would be indication we are near the very end of the case for the state.
You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now taken shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. And once seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
My name is Detective Zachary Stanner. First name is Z-A-C-H-A-R-Y. Last name S-T-A-N-N-A-R-D.
Right. We proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, how are you employed?
Currently employed with the Cobb County Police Department.
And what is your current role with Cobb County Police?
Currently, I'm assigned to the Cobb County Police Homeland Security Unit, where I was then assigned as the task force officer to the Joint Terrorism Task Force.
How long have you been in that position with the Joint Terrorism Task Force?
I was assigned to the Homeland Security Unit about a year ago.
The county has a Homeland Security unit?
And you're still attached with CCPD?
That is correct.
Prior to this new assignment, how were you employed?
I was first employed as a uniform patrol officer in Precinct 3. That's where I began my career. From there, I was assigned as a detective to our criminal investigations unit at Precinct 3, which is responsible for property crime-related investigations, so burglary, stolen cars, thefts, things of that nature. From there, I transferred to the Crimes Against Persons unit, which is essentially our robbery homicide unit. Spent about just shy of 6 years there, and then I went to the Homeland Security unit. Actually, misspoke. I then went to the Organized Crime Investigations unit, where I was there momentarily until I was transferred to the Homeland Security unit.
How many years specifically were you a detective with Crimes Against Persons?
Oh, 5.5 years.
And what were your responsibilities as a detective with Crimes Against Persons?
In the Crimes Against Persons unit, we primarily focus on armed robberies and homicide investigations. However, we also do investigate other violent crimes like aggravated assaults, aggravated batteries. We also did adult sex crimes. We would also investigate other deaths, natural deaths, suicides, or any accidental deaths that may have occurred in the county.
When you say you did those...
Are you post certified?
I am.
Okay. And then how many years total have you worked in law enforcement?
12 and a half now.
We also passed 15 million views.
November 18th of 2021. Were you a detective with Crimes Against Persons at that time?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what hours did you typically work back then?
That time I was on a day shift. I believe the hours were from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Tell the court about your notification of this particular case.
So I was working my normal day shift. The call came into a supervisory detective, typically a sergeant, who will field calls from the patrol division. From there, my supervisor informed me that there was a homicide in our precinct 1 area in Ackworth. He then assigned me as the lead detective.
Was that at 5059 Verbena Drive?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Is that here at Cobb County?
It is.
Did you respond to the scene?
I did.
What were your observations of the scene?
So when I first got to the scene, there was already a large amount of patrol officers there who had already responded and cleared the home. So my first thing that I did when I arrived was speak to the officers, kind of get an idea of what they saw, what they heard, what they may have encountered upon their arrival. At that time, the child, Jacob Hicks, was already reunited with some of the family members. There had already been multiple family members on scene and had stayed on scene. The first thing I did was do a perimeter walk around the house as I'm speaking with patrol officers, and they're relaying information to me. So I was initially directed to the rear of the home, where I was informed that they discovered some forced entry. The first thing I saw and examined was a broken window on the first floor of the home near the back patio area.
And typically when you see signs of forced entry, where does your mind start going?
That crime has likely occurred.
Do you typically start then looking for evidence of things being rummaged through or a theft or something along those lines?
That would be one of the things we would look at. And going back to my property detective days, I did work a lot of burglaries, and that was a common theme you would see in burglary investigations.
Did you see any evidence of that sort of burglary, of going through drawers, rummaging through property, taking any valuables?
No, once I entered the home, there was kind of a bit of a chaotic scene in the living room and sunroom area. However, outside the initial scene, inside the home, there were valuables, purses, computers, cell phones, weapons in the house. Nothing else really seemed disturbed or appeared to things that had been removed from the home as far as valuable items.
Did it appear that anything really at all had been touched in the upstairs area?
No, it did not look disturbed upstairs.
What were your observations of Amber and Justin Hicks?
My observations, I found Amber Hicks on the couch. If you were facing the couch, she would have been on the far left, so closest to where the window had been damaged. She was laying down on the couch with her feet propped up. She had her shoulder blades kind of resting on the back cushion of the couch, and her head slumped down. I could immediately tell just by some of the blood patterns that I noticed on her clothes that she had been likely shot multiple times. I then saw that Justin Hicks, he was on the far right side of the couch, if you're facing the couch, on the floor with his back shoulders leaned up against the sofa. He appeared to, just from examining that part of the scene, I suspected that he had stood up momentarily before being struck. As well with Justin, I saw multiple spots blood spots on his clothing that indicated to me that he was also likely shot multiple times.
Was it completely obvious where these gunshots were prior to medical examiner or investigators arriving on scene?
I could see that Justin had some blood on his shirt and one of his arms. I also saw that Amber had a shirt kind of pulling near the center of her clothing, but I couldn't tell where all the shots were on her body.
So at that time when you first arrived on scene, could you really determine exactly how many shots there were for each Amber and Justin?
Not until the medical examiner's office arrived.
What sort of physical evidence were you all able to discover on scene?
So initially, obviously, once we determined that it was likely they were suffered from gunshot wounds, we were looking for shell casings.
Were you all able to find any?
Yes, 3 shell casings were recovered from the first floor of the home.
Okay, do you remember where those shell casings were located?
Yes, one shell casing was located in the kitchen area near the stove. One shell casing was located underneath like a little kid's trampoline that was in this sunroom that had been converted into like a play area for the young child. And then one shell casing was sorry, I have to think about that. The third shell casing, I have to check that.
That's okay, we'll circle back to that. Typically, when a gun is fired, how are casings ejected from a gun?
To the rear and to the right.
Now, do you ever expect that wherever a shell casing first lands, it's going to stay in that exact position?
Typically not. It also depends on the scene. This has, from my recollection, at hardwood. So shell casings can roll on a hard surface if it's something like grass or has some foliage to shrubbery or something that could get lands and stay right where it is. But yeah, something like a hardwood floor, things could roll or shift.
When you all are looking at location of casings, are you really just looking at that general area as opposed to precise locations?
Yes. And in terms of that house, we're looking primarily on that first floor in that area.
Of the casings that you all were able to recover, first of all, what size casings were these?
This is a 9mm.
Do you recall the head stamp on these?
SIG.
The SIG?
Correct.
Of the casings that were located there, did any of them seem in an unnatural position?
In an unnatural position? They were spread out pretty far within the residence.
With respect to your observations on scene, did you ever make a determination or have an opinion as to where the shooter was likely standing in terms of behind the couch versus in front of the couch?
Based on where the shot placements were on the body, they're to the right of the victims, in between the couch and the broken window.
Was there any indication based on the shots of these victims that the shooter would have been firing from behind the couch?
No.
Were there any casings located in the kitchen?
There were.
And did it seem that casing could have landed there based on where you believe the shooter was standing?
I don't believe so.
Now, with respect to the casing that was located kind of behind the dog bed, could that have been kind of where the casing originally landed?
I don't believe so. Could it maybe that they were so spread out that it didn't really make sense for a person to be standing in that position?
Because of that, what type of efforts did you all have to find the casings in this case?
So while we were doing our evaluation of the Amber and Justin Hicks, we determined that they suffered from multiple gunshot wounds, likely within 5 or 6 gunshot wounds divided between the two of them. We only located 3 shell casings initially. They were a bit difficult to find. So standing in the living room area of the residence, just looking around, you expect to kind of see a shell casing. They were a little difficult to find, so we had to look under things, like behind a dog bed, look all the way in the kitchen, look under the trampoline. Kind of took a minute to find these. We only recovered 3. We knew we at least had possibly at least 2 more. We removed the cushions from the couch after the medical examiner's office had removed the bodies. We took out the carpet. They had like a rug underneath the couch. We removed that. I mean, we were looking behind picture frames, moving toys and toy chests throughout the house looking for these shell casings. We couldn't find any additional shell casings.
It sounds like y'all looked in the playroom as well, near the Christmas tree and so forth.
The whole first floor of the house, we looked behind every nook and cranny that we could.
What about projectiles?
Yes, we did recover projectiles on scene.
How many projectiles?
2 on scene.
Okay. Were those consistent with the 9mm?
In my opinion, yes.
Now, within the home, we've seen some of this, but were there various devices capable of recording and storing video evidence?
There were.
Okay. Did that include the front door?
Yes.
Did that include the side door?
Yes, there was a camera there.
Okay. Was there also some sort of like doggy camera?
Yes, I can't recall the actual official name of that camera system. There was some kind of camera for your pet cam you would set up when you go away so you can watch your dog. Unfortunately, that was unplugged and powered off. And it was sitting on a shelf in the living room.
And what about the cameras, one at the side door and one at the front door?
Yes, sir.
What about the camera at the side door and the front door? What efforts did you make to determine whether there was stored footage?
So that was both of those cameras were through the Nest camera system, which is owned by Google. So later on in the investigation, after I got back to the office, the first thing I did was send what we call a preservation request to Google and Nest saying, hey, if there are any data, please save it and preserve it before it can be deleted. From there, I then sent a legal process to Google, who again, like I said, owns Nest. When I received a response back from Google, I discovered that the way their account was set up, they had like a free trial run. And back in 2021, if you had the free trial run, it would do motion activated images. So it would take an image if there was some motion detected. And if you had the free storage at the time, it would only save for 3 hours. So any footage that happened during this time frame of this crime was deleted and rewritten and overwritten. So by the time we got to 911 call, any storage that may have existed at that time, those images would make up.
So based on the scene itself, talking only about the Hicks's residence, were you able to collect any evidence other than the 3 casings and the 2 projectiles?
We recovered some mobile devices that belonged to the victims, as well as we took their some Apple Watch devices that were charging in the upstairs master bedroom.
We're going to look at those items in just a moment. Were you able to develop any leads from your investigation of just the scene?
No, we were not.
Did you rule out the possibility of like a burglary or theft or anything along those lines?
At that particular time, we had no idea we couldn't. The scene wasn't consistent with a burglary. Like I said, there wasn't anything rummaged through or things taken, but at that point in the investigation, we really had no suspects or motive.
And obviously, when we're talking burglary, I'm talking specifically as it relates to entering for the purpose of theft.
Right.
Okay. Now, because you had no leads from the scene itself, what efforts did you make with respect to Justin and Amber's cell phones?
Well, I personally went through those cell phones manually back at the Crimes Against Persons office.
Was that prior to the full extraction?
It was.
Okay. What was the purpose of going through them manually before even attempting the extractions?
So luckily, during our search of the home, there was an office area with a desk and filing cabinets. Luckily, Justin was a good note taker and kept just about every piece of paper he ever had, I think. And he actually wrote down passcodes to his phone and Amber's phone. So we had found that in the house, which can accelerate us getting in the phones. The mobile device is locked. It can be difficult if we don't know the passcode to get in that phone and extract that data. Because we had no leads at that time, I thought it'd be more efficient to manually go through the phone if I had the passcodes, instead of waiting for however long it may take technology-based crime unit to actually do that extraction.
Now, because you went through them manually, did you make any efforts to make sure that you didn't change any of the contents of that device?
Yeah, correct.
What efforts were those?
We would just hold up the phone. Every other detective with me, we would just scroll through the text and read them.
Well, I guess did you put it in airplane then?
Oh yes, that's something we do as soon as we take a device. Yeah, as soon as we take a device, we put it in airplane mode so it cannot connect to like Bluetooth or anything, and it's so we could like remotely wipe it.
All right, now going through those 2 devices, were you able to identify any possible enemies or love triangle or conflict or beef or anything along those lines?
None whatsoever.
Did you also speak to family members to see if they could point you in any specific direction?
We did. We spoke to several family members who were already on scene by the time we got there. no one could think of anybody who may want to hurt them or have any reason why someone would want to hurt them.
Now, with a case like this, when you have no leads whatsoever while on scene, how important is it to expedite things like DNA?
Very important.
Did you all take those steps?
Yes, we did. We partnered with our ATF partners to get some DNA processed.
And obviously that takes at least some time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In the meantime, did you start looking further into both Justin and Amber and trying to develop a timeline?
Yeah, so another thing we do with victims, especially if we have no clear motive at this time or any clear suspects, we do essentially victimology, and we try to establish what their history looks like, what their day-to-day looks like, who they interact with on a regular basis, things like that.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 660. Do you recognize State 660?
I do.
All right, and how is it that you recognize State 660?
I took that photograph myself.
And was this taken while still on scene?
It was taken in the master bedroom.
Is this a fair and accurate photograph? Well, first of all, whose watch is depicted in State 660?
This is Justin Hicks' watch, Apple Watch.
Is that a fair and accurate photograph of the notifications that were on his Apple Watch back on November 18th of 2021?
Yes.
State moves to tender State 660 in evidence.
Any objection to State 660? It's admitted.
May publish.
Yes.
All right, so what was significant and what is it that you were documenting in State 660 here?
So like I said, we were still on scene at the time, and I was looking, just tapped the Apple Watch and saw this notification that there had been a motion sensor activation at one of their security cameras at 10:17 p.m.
And did you find any items by that side door when you all arrived on scene on November 18th of 2021?
Yes, there was a side door here facing the garage, just to the right of the garage, and there was a door that led into the interior near like the washroom and interior hallway that went into the kitchen. There was a brown package that appeared to have been delivered.
Later on during our investigation, were you able to determine that this notification was associated with that package?
Yes, once we gathered some video surveillance footage from the area, particularly a camera from across the street, I believe it's 5050 Verbena. We watched a delivery driver deliver a package at that exact time.
And just to be clear, where it says attachment 1 image, were you able to get that image by clicking on the notification or anything like that?
No, the Apple Watch would not show me the image. Then we sent that legal process, like I said, to Nest, and that data had been overridden.
You mentioned the surveillance video that was eventually obtained. I know we went through it in detail, but I do want to just kind of talk about a couple of the time frames there. When was it that you had evidence that Amber and Justin were still alive?
From video footage, we saw them arrive around 7:07 p.m.
And then do you recall when it was the first time that the back floodlights were illuminated based on the sensor?
Approximately 9:31 p.m.
And then what were the other two times that the back floodlight sensors were illuminated?
Activated again at 9:55 p.m. and then again at approximately 10:10 p.m.
And that 10:10 p.m., was that the last time those lights were triggered?
It was.
So 10:10 p.m., last time being that those rear lights were triggered. How many minutes after that did Justin get the notification about the package delivery?
It was about 7 minutes. That was also confirmed through the video camera from across the street.
And so was that also the timestamp of the camera from across the street of 10:17 p.m.?
Yes, the camera time when we saw the package delivery matched exactly to the notification on the Apple Watch.
So initially, kind of based on that surveillance footage, what time frame were you really looking at?
From that point, about 9:55 p.m. to about 10:10 p.m.
Now, later, did you obtain full extractions from Detective Mason?
I did.
And that's specifically for Amber and Justin's phones?
Correct.
Were you able to find additional items that helped establish that timeline?
Yes, I did.
First, going to show you state 661 here. Do you recognize state 661?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize 661?
This is a text group chat that was extracted from Amber Hick's phone. Two other individuals in this group chat with her.
Is that a fair and accurate cell byte reader report with this text thread between Amber and her friends?
It is.
State those to tender state 661 into evidence.
Any objection? State 661 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Looking at the top here, does it tell you who was involved in this text conversation?
It does. It will list out the everyone involved in this group chat, and it will also identify who the owner of the mobile device is. So in this case, Amber Hicks.
And as we zoom out, when we see blue text messages, is that from the owner or the other parties?
The other parties.
Okay. And then the green messages, who would that be from?
That would be from Amber.
I'm going to start on page 3 here. First, I'm going to have you read kind of each of these line by line, but what is the nature of this conversation?
Appeared they were setting up a get-together where they would go out to eat, hang out.
And does it have the timestamps associated with when these messages were sent?
It does. It'll be in the bottom right-hand corner of each text message.
So on page 3 here on 11/17/21 at 6:51 p.m., what message does Amber send to her friends?
She says, "That sounds great, actually. I love Olive Garden and have not had it in forever, although I am up for whatever."
All right, and then looking further into the conversation here, what time was it that one of her girlfriends responded?
In November 17th, 2021 at 9:56, 54 seconds p.m.
Okay, and then with respect to Amber, what does she do on November 17th of 2021 at 9:59 and 37 seconds?
She loved a text message that was sent by one of the other participants.
And then what does Amber Hicks do on November 17th of 2021 at 9:59 and 40 seconds?
She then loved another separate text message from that was sent by another friend.
Now, thereafter, was there any further conversation from Amber Hicks?
No, there was no other. So, just to kind of explain, when you love or like a text message, after you put your finger on the text message, pull the text message down, the little indicator pops up, and you hit the heart, so that shows proof of life. There can be other data on the phone, emails coming in, things like that may register on your phone, but it's not actual like physical action that you did on the device. So that was the last one, physical actions on the device that I could determine was made by the owner, Amber Hicks.
And so were there other messages and calls and so forth found in Amber Hicks's phone?
Yes.
Okay, but were the messages that we saw on, or the reactions to messages that we saw on state 661, page 4, were those the last activities that Amber herself would have done on her phone?
Yes.
Okay. So what does that tell you, kind of further evidence as it relates to the timeline?
That would have been the last moment of life that we could establish.
At 9:59 p.m., how did that align with the 9:55 to 10:10 p.m. window that you had previously established?
Shortened it for about 4 minutes or so.
Now, did you also look for similar items of evidence within Justin's phone.
Yes, it did.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 662. Do you recognize State 662?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And how is it that you recognize 662?
So this is physical activity, heart rate monitor sensors that were recorded from the device Justin Hicks' phone.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of one of the reader reports that was produced from Justin Hicks' phone extraction that was previously admitted in this case?
Yes.
State moves to tender State 662 into evidence.
Any objection? No objection. State 662 is admitted.
What brand of camera is that on the bottom corner there?
Kind of earlier in the day, on November 17th of 2021, was there a significant amount of activity logged on Justin's phone?
Yes, there was some.
So I'm going to go back to page 8 of State 662. Are these some of those readings?
Yes, sir. Different categories of different readings that were recorded to the device.
Did the phone itself appear to stay active for the better part of November 17th of 2021?
Yes.
I now want to look at page 2 of State's 662 here. Did you still see activity on the device? Sorry. In the 8 o'clock hour?
Yes, up to 8:47 p.m. and 4 seconds.
And so what does that tell you, at least with regard to whether Justin's phone was moving in some capacity at 8:47 and 4 p.m.?
Yes, this would indicate that the phone was being moved.
Now, did you care so much about the accuracy of the number of steps or anything like that?
No, the distance and stuff were not as interesting to me. It was more of the establishing a timeline of showing some type of life.
Now, after that 8:47 and 4 seconds, when is the next time that you saw the device itself log movement?
It would have been at 6:16 a.m. and 59 seconds.
And will you go ahead and read off the various timestamps for logged movement?
Yes, so we had the one at 6:16 a.m. 59 seconds. The next one would have been 6:27 a.m. 49 seconds. And the last one was 6:43 a.m. 43 seconds.
And then going up a little bit further, did you see additional movement later on?
Yes, this is at 8:53 a.m. in 10 seconds, and then 8:53 a.m. in 10 seconds as well as how the distance traveled.
And these 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. Movements that were logged, is that November 18th of 2021?
Yes, correct, sir.
Okay. And at that point in time, had police arrived on scene yet?
No, they had not.
Where was Justin Hicks' device found within the home?
Justin Hicks' device was found resting on top of a baby gate that was between the sunroom where the child's toys were, Jacob's toys were, and the living room.
Did it appear that it had been there when Justin and Amber were alive and well?
It wouldn't make much sense that it would be there.
Were there any other items around that area indicative of child play?
Yes, there was toys scattered, things removed from shelves, and kind of a scattered, chaotic scene that you would see in a child's playroom.
Was there other toys actually on the gate where Justin Hicks' phone was found?
Yes.
Do you remember any of those items?
Don't recall the specific toy that was on the gates. I do remember the phone being on the gate.
Right now, were you able to determine whether these timestamps associated with movement of the device was relatively accurate?
The movement of the device was relatively, yes.
Okay. Looking down at the bottom of page 2, were you able to see whether there was any movement at 7:07 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And how did that align with the video surveillance that was recovered from 5050 Verbena at 7:07 p.m.?
The November 17th at 7:07 p.m. was consistent with the time that we had from video across the street of the Hicks arriving home.
So with respect to the movement that we then see on November 18th of 2021, what conclusions did you make about that morning movement?
Based on where the phone was located and the fact that Jacob was found inside the house downstairs, and it looked like it was clear that Jacob had gone downstairs to play with toys, we believe that that is the first indication of Jacob at least coming downstairs and taking his father's mobile device.
Of course, is there any way to know what time Jacob actually got downstairs for the first time?
No.
Okay, so this is simply once he decided to play with his dad's phone.
Correct.
Looking next at State 663 here, do you recognize State 663?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is a text message that was sent to Amber Hicks' mobile device.
And what day was that?
That was November 18th of 2021 at 8:07 a.m.
Is that a fair and accurate screenshot of that text that came through on Amber's device on November 18th of 2021?
Yes.
Did that come directly off the phone extraction that's been previously admitted?
Yes, it was.
State moves to tender State 663 into evidence.
State 663 is admitted.
May I publish? Yes. So looking at this message here, were you able to tell whether anyone read the message that came in at 8:07:34 seconds?
Yes, the status of the text message indicated unread.
And with respect to this particular message, what did that have to do with?
The box that had been delivered at 10:17 p.m. Next to their side door.
Is that where it says your Carter's order?
Correct. It was a Carter's box of his child's clothing.
Right, next, looking at State 664 here. Do you recognize State 664?
I do.
How do you recognize State 664?
This was a photograph on Amber's iPhone of herself, her son Jacob, and her husband Justin in front of the residence at 5059 Verbena.
And is that also a fair and accurate depiction of some of the metadata found within her device?
It is.
State moves to tender State's Exhibit 664 into evidence.
State 664 is admitted.
May I publish? Yes. Now, has the court seen this photo itself previously?
Yes.
Okay. But what is captured here that was significant just in terms of understanding the bigger picture of the timeline here?
The home was purchased by the Hicks on August 31st of that year, 2021. This was the first picture that they had taken as a family at the house.
Okay, and what was the date of that, please?
Is that September 5th, 2021 at 5:50 p.m.
What was the first kind of major break in your investigation?
It's a notification from the Sandy Springs Police Department.
When did you receive notification from the Sandy Springs Police Department?
It's early, I think it was around, by that time, like 9:30, 10 a.m. on the.
What day, sorry?
Oh, sorry, November 19th.
Okay, 2021.
2021.
And why is it that you were receiving notification from Sandy Springs?
So I just came back from processing the scene. We had no leads at the time. Essentially went home, took a very quick nap, went back in work. As soon as I walked into the office, I was notified by a supervisor that Sandy Springs analyst had contacted the office to let us know that they had just placed an individual in custody for entering 2 homes and stabbing a police officer. The reason why we were notified is because that individual was later identified as Matthew Scott Lanz, lived near the Hicks. It was actually the house right behind the Hicks. So they felt like they wanted to pass that information along to us.
At that point, had the media kind of reported on the fact that there was a murder investigation from 50/50 Verbena?
Yes, and the analysts had seen some things on the news or wanted to read that to us.
Now, was there any vehicles associated with Mr. Lanz that allowed Sandy Springs to kind of connect the dots for you all?
Yes, it was notified that they had recovered a black 2008 Lexus GS 350, and that vehicle they determined was registered to Matthew's parents, Teresa and Scott Lanz.
So what did you do upon receiving this notification?
I responded to Sandy Springs. I originally responded to the incident with the officer involved shooting occurred.
Was that on Cameron Glen?
Correct.
All right, now, the point in time that you arrived at Cameron Glen, was Matthew Lanz there?
No, he was not. He had already been transported to the hospital to receive medical treatment.
Now, what about the 2008 Lexus GS 350?
I believe that was, don't recall if it was still where it was recovered or if they had already transported it, but I know it was transported to Sandy Springs Police Department headquarters.
Did you end up going to Sandy Springs Police Department headquarters?
I did after I left the scene of Cameron.
And while you were there, did you have the opportunity to personally observe the 2008 black Lexus GS 350?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you. What's marked as 687 through 707, if you'll flip through those. And did you have an opportunity to go through all of these items before you testified as well?
Yes, ma'am.
So do you recognize state 687 through 707?
Yes.
How is it that you recognize those images?
This is Matthew Lanz's vehicle at the Sandy Springs Police Department headquarters.
So 20 pictures of his car.
Now, those fair and accurate photographs of his car at Sandy Springs during their search warrant execution.
Yes, it is.
And did you have the opportunity to personally observe while it was there and the contents of the vehicle while it was still in Sandy Springs?
Yes, it is.
State News Contender State 687 through 707.
State 687 through 707 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Starting with state 687 here, what are we looking at?
It's the front of the vehicle.
Were photographs taken along all sides of the vehicle as well?
Yes, that's pretty standard.
State 692 here, what do we have on state 692?
We're taking a photo to document the license plate that's affixed to the rear. This particular one was a Georgia Tech CGI 9767.
These are terrible photos.
And just while we're on the topic, so I don't lose my train of thought, when you have a known license number or license plate, are you able to run that through any license plate reader systems?
Yes.
And did you do that in this particular case?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain any relevant images of this license plate from, let's say, 8 p.m. on November 17th of 2021 until 1 a.m. on 8 p.m. on November 17th of 2021 through 1 a.m. on November 18th of 2021?
No.
State 697 here, what are we looking at?
It's a photograph of the driver's side of the vehicle.
State 698.
This is the back seat of the vehicle. There's a green backpack observed on the back seat.
State 699. That zoom into that same backpack.
Yeah, it's a picture of the same backpack, but from the passenger side of the vehicle.
State
What's the ball?
700. What is it that was being depicted in State 700?
So that was a metal flashlight that we had found in a glove box.
Was this of interest to you?
It was, yes.
Why is that?
So as we were examining the flashlight, noticed the end cap, it was pointed at the end, and I found this
I'm sorry, the cap was what?
pointed at the end. There were some scrape marks on the end cap. That point was kind of consistent to items I carry back on patrol to break windows. Usually I carry a window punch or something. If there's a vehicle accident and someone's trapped, we would have like a pointed end on it so you could break a window. So when I saw that, I thought that was interesting since we had a broken window in our scene.
Is that what we're looking at in state 702?
Yes.
State 703, is that the same flashlight?
Yes, and in this picture you can kind of see towards the end cap how it protrudes out into a point. There were some scuff marks around the edges.
And state 704.
I was documenting the other end of the flashlight.
What was being documented in state 705 here?
This would be the center console where we located an Apple mobile device.
State 706, was that device then removed from the center console for better documentation?
It was.
Is that what we see in state 706?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then what are we looking at in state 707?
Depicting the backside of the phone.
Ultimately, was a search warrant obtained to retrieve that phone and bring it to Coconut?
Yes, it was first seized by the Sandy Springs Police Department, and then at a later date got a separate search warrant to take it from their property and take it back to Cobb County.
And did you collect that item of evidence?
I did, yes.
Is that in looking at state 665, which was already admitted? Is state 665 the cell phone that was found in Matthew Lanz's center console that we just looked at in photographs 705 through 707?
Yes, this is the mobile device.
Now, while did Mr. Lanz get transported to Sandy Springs headquarters while you were still there?
Yes, it was.
Did you have an opportunity to interview him?
I did.
So was this still on November 19th of 2021?
It was, yes.
Do you recall what time it was when you conducted your interview?
Approximately 7:15 p.m.
At that point,
I'm sorry, are you admitting 665?
It has already been admitted, so I was just circling back.
To there. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. You said 7:15 p.m.?
Yes.
At that point in time, had the Sandy Springs detectives, Detective Needham and Detective Johnson, had they already interviewed Mr. Lanz?
Yes.
Is that the footage that we watched earlier today?
Yes, it is.
When you conducted your portion of the interview, do you recall how much time had passed between when Detective Needham and Detective Johnson ended their interview to when you and Detective Jackson began y'all's interview?
Approximately 45 minutes.
Was it in the same room that was seen in the previous footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was that a video and audio recorded room?
It was.
And who was there other than yourself?
Detective Ben Jackson. Ben Jackson.
At the point in time that you all arrived, had Mr. Lanz already been read his Miranda warnings?
Yes.
And had he agreed to speak to Sandy Springs officers without counsel?
Yes.
Had they started initiating any conversation with him regarding your investigation of Amber and Justin's murders?
No.
Did they talk to him at all about that?
About the cop incident?
Yes.
Yes.
And was there indication before you even walked in the room as to whether Mr. Lanz was willing to speak to you all?
Yes.
Once you all got in the room, did you re-Mirandize him?
We did not read Miranda's on that.
Did you talk to him at all about his rights or ask him about whether he was read his rights?
Yes, Detective Jackson confirmed with Matthew that he didn't read his rights, and he replied yes. Then he asked him, did you understand that?
and was based on his response to, did you understand your rights? Was he asked whether he was willing to speak to you all?
Yes, he made a comment about how he was planning on speaking with his attorney to reach out to us to set up a witness interview.
So did he phrase it as though he was a possible witness to y'all's homicide investigation?
Correct.
Did he proceed to then have a conversation with you all?
Yes.
Right. Did he at all appear to be under the influence, meaning drunk or high or slurred speech or anything along those lines?
No.
Did he have difficulty staying awake?
No.
Did he have difficulty making and maintaining eye contact?
No.
Was there any indication that you observed that made you feel that he had too many drugs in his system from his gunshot wounds to know what was going on or what the nature of y'all's conversation was?
No, he was speaking clearly to us. We could understand what he was saying, and he seemed to be aware of where he was and why he was there.
Was there any hope of benefit offered throughout you all's conversation?
No.
Was there any fear of injury?
No.
Did you all threaten him in any manner?
No.
Did you use any weapons to obtain a statement from him?
No.
Did you use any coercive police tactics at all?
No.
What was the tone of y'all's interview with him?
Conversational. Towards the end, I got a little more accusatory towards him, but yeah, 99% was conversational.
Prior to taking the stand, did you have the opportunity to review your portion of the defendant's interview?
Yes.
Is that what's contained in State's Exhibit 474?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, similar to the Sandy Springs investigation, is their recording system kind of broken down into chunks?
Yes, it was.
And is that just how you get a copy of it?
Yeah, that's how their system works, I guess.
Despite being broken up into segments, is that the entirety of y'all's conversation and interview with Mr. Lanz?
Yes, even though there were chunks of clips, it was a continuance, so there was no portions missing throughout the interview.
This time, State moves to tender State's Exhibit 474 into evidence.
Judge will object to that under the same grounds that we objected prior. It was 45 minutes from the time that they stopped the second part of that interview. The officers were there for a different purpose than what was associated with the first group of officers, which was a home invasion there in Sandy Springs. So this was totally different. They came to talk with him about another crime that happened in Cobb County. So consequently, Judge, the fact that they did not read him Miranda, they did not have him sign Miranda waiver, and the fact that he made a comment about wanting to get with his lawyer about setting up something to talk with him about. For all those reasons, Judge, we would object to this interview going back.
State, I hear your response.
Your Honor, you heard the first portion of this interview that was conducted by Sandy Springs officers, and in that conversation, or in that beginning portion of the interview, he specifically asked if he would be willing to talk to Cobb County officers, in which he indicates that he would. They had already kind of begun the conversation and actually started to interview him on this topic, so Mr. Lanz knew very well exactly what Cobb County officers were there to do in terms of the interview. At the start of that interview, as indicated by Detective Stannard, they did ask him whether he had been read his Miranda rights by Sandy Springs officers. He indicated he had. They then asked whether he understood his rights and would be willing to speak to them. And he replied that he was actually going to reach out to his attorney to be able to set up a meeting with Cobb County officers in order to discuss his witness testimony, essentially making it sound as though he was a witness or potential witness to this homicide investigation. Thereafter, as indicated by the detective, they began their conversation. So at no point in time did he invoke his rights, and clearly he understood the nature of that conversation. Additionally, I would point your honor to Quintana versus the state, which is 322 Georgia 61. That's from June 24th of 2025. And in that case, Your Honor, the Supreme Court of Georgia held that coercive police tactics are a necessity in order to find that a interview was not voluntarily given. In this case, I don't think there's any way to make that sort of finding. You've seen the beginning portion of this interview, which continues on in that very nature, so I don't think that's an issue at all. 45 minutes isn't long enough to make this unduly lengthy of an interrogation. That's very normal to take breaks during an interrogation.
She's making a long argument.
Testimony that he was lucid, that he was willing to speak to officers, that you saw previously his relaxed body language and so forth. And so I don't think there are any grounds to find that this is an involuntary statement that shouldn't be admitted.
You all approach one more for me.
As they approach, thank you, Amber, for this news, but Judge Beverly Cannoni just signed a document today ordering that all the sidebar discussions be transcribed and released, except for the ones that talk about jurors and juror issues. So your wish to be a fly on the wall in the sidebar in the Karen Reed trial has come true, if you like reading. I'm not sure if we'll be able to read all those. There were a lot of them, and I don't know how long. Whoa. You got four big, beefy dudes around this guy, and possibly more. Amber, thanks for the lead on that document. So sidebars are coming out with the exception of the jurors and juror issues. Those will be held back. Gina, thank you for that. Appreciate that. I know it came from a couple places. Amber just sent me the documents where I saw it first. He looks so different here in court than how he looked in custody being interrogated. Big old hunky chunky dudes. Yeah, these guys don't miss leg day or arm day. These guys are ripped. Big buff bailiffs is what they are. I'm actually excited to hear about those sidebars. There are a couple I would like to definitely hear about the spiciness that developed there, because it happened. Oh, you know it happened.
Right, the court is going to admit the video over objection. In the admittance of the video, if during the course of viewing the video, the court makes a determination based on the totality of the circumstances that a Miranda warning should have been reread, the court will then make a decision on whether or not it can consider that portion of the interview in evidence.
Oh, she says bring it, but I'll play it by ear.
Publish the video.
And if I think that at some point in the video...
Your Honor, for the record, this is labeled as Disc 2, Video 2, and we'll begin with a...
Part 1.
Timestamp of 19, 15, and 25 seconds.
Begin the bad audio. Here we go. Fire up the Dell. Yeah, you need to get your password off the front so you can read it. Let's see, password, there it is. Password is password, P-A-S-S-W-O-R-D. Okay, here we go. Abby Zing, or Abby Crossing, whichever one you want to say. Yes, this is a bench trial. No jury on this one. The judge will be doing all the deciding in this case. Thank you very much, Red Pen, for keeping us up to date on those that can't hear. I'm afraid we've got another batch of this. I know, Red Pen, this is so much work. I know you're exhausted at the end of the day. You're doing a fantastic, fantastic job.
All right, Your Honor, sorry, we missed our spot, so it will be 19, 15, and 12 seconds.
Thank you.
We missed the mark.
Yes, water, anything else you get us crackers? Dehydrated, sir? Sorry, you need anything else? I need some else to drink? I'm Jay Jackson, secretary. Man, I really appreciate talking to this. I mean, you might have seen something here at the house last night. We're working, I don't know if you heard about it. We're working on a murder that happened in Akron. I think we were there last time, you might have seen something. Man, to be honest with you, this in Hampshire is we've been trying to wrap our brains trying to figure out what happened. Before I left this morning, I fictional prayed to be like, oh yeah, you get on this case. Yeah, you me too. Man, like I said, I actually may have some information out.
They pause.
All right, and that's the end of that.
They're approaching this like he's helping them.
So it will now resume with disc 2, video 3.
They're asking him to tell what he knows about the murders. They're approaching him like he's helping them figure out the case. I do feel that it should have been an extra Miranda here.
This is our here again, because the same strings guys on your right seat. Yes, you understand all that?
That's pretty good, though.
Intending to be able to leave soon and go call my lawyer and talk to him about it, setting up a witness testimony or whatever.
Okay, well, that's good.
Yeah, I was just saying, I gave my side of the sort of story to officers.
Okay. Like I said, we're here to talk about that matters. You want to talk about that now?
I'll just say, I mean, all I saw was their lights were on, and those were the lights that were always on. I think my brother was being harassed by the neighbors. And that was just not something I really want to go into because it like caused a lot of issues.
Okay. Well, we don't have to talk about what's going on, brother. We're not talking about that. Part of what we're trying to figure out is narrowing down the time frame. Like, we know it happened sometime between, the night before and that morning when they were found. We got this really huge window. So, do you remember about what time you saw the lights on?
It would have been, so I left Athens at around
9 p.m.?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I got home probably at 10:30-ish. And then I sat in the car about 15 minutes. And I went back for some cigarette. Saw the light on.
Okay.
Trying to go back to work though, because I could sleep at home. And it was locked, so I went around front and I just didn't go. And then I just left because I was starting to get really tired. And,
Okay.
So
you think that was about
10, 9 to about 11:30 when I got back to Athens, I believe.
Okay, so what do you think was on
maybe
9 to 12 was your trip from Athens home?
my trip from Athens home back.
Okay. So you saw the light on, you said hour and a half, so 10:45-ish?
Right.
Okay. Did you see any kind of movement in the house or hear anything?
Shit, I mean, I would say maybe the lights moved and it freaked me out kind of bad.
Okay. What do you mean, like you saw somebody walk by the light, or like?
I mean, maybe just flicker a little bit and I just said I was more on my eye, because I don't think it's really focused somewhere else, for family reasons.
For family reasons?
Yeah, they caused a lot of issues with my brother. And it's just not something I thought had to involve me.
I'm sorry to hear that. Did you hear anything while you were out there?
No, that's the weirdest part. I was talking to my mom just position or here and there. I didn't hear anything while I was there either, so I just don't know what to think.
What's your mom's name?
I mean, respectfully,
yeah, that's
thank you. It's just,
we're just gonna talk to everybody. You said it's recent. We're gonna try to talk to everybody in the neighborhood. Like I said, I mean, it's a pretty sad case. I mean, I understand the same string test. You're a religious guy.
well, I mean, I don't like to think of religion as like my main focus, you know, I like to use it to like empower myself.
Okay.
In a spiritual way.
Okay.
Be able to apologize for my personality flaws, you know, if I could dress up.
We've all got those. Yeah, I mean, for us, this is not, you know, most of the cases we work, it's a drug deal gone bad or some kind of gang beef or something like that. And this, I mean, this is, it's just a young couple. I mean, they got baptized recently. They found out recently she's pregnant. They hadn't even told her family that they're expecting. They were planning a reveal party in a couple weeks. They just took all pictures and were sending out the reveal party and said everybody she's pregnant. The 2-year-old son was found in his dad's lap covered in blood, like he had put toys on his parents.
The son had?
You know, the son woke up, came downstairs, and was laying in his dad's lap covered in his dad's blood, and put toys.
That's shocking.
It's a pretty messed up situation.
That's horrible. Like I said, I mean, besides like the lighting, flickering, and like maybe the movement in between the slats of the windows, it just sort of lights me. Well, that's really all that I saw.
You think that was about 10:45? What time did you leave to go back to Lanz?
It would have been probably 11, 15 minutes maybe.
Okay. Did you leave? Did you see suspicious cars? You had a neighbor that didn't go home?
No. It was pretty dead. There wasn't really any cars on. You know, by the time I left, I hadn't heard anything behind me, at me, or anything else driving away.
Is that neighborhood pretty? That seems, we don't live there, but it seems like a really quiet neighborhood.
Yeah, it's probably the last place I ever went to because historically there's been like car bombings and stuff, but like not even anything that you would expect to happen like that, you know.
Just like how you were into at night?
Yeah, just like nighttime stuff. I mean, there's been casing of houses in the neighborhood before, but.
Or anything violent, or just like?
No, I wouldn't say violent. I would just say, you know, historically there's been maybe some soliciting or you know, regular mischief type scene here.
I mean, so for us, like I said, we're just trying to figure out, his dad is a pastor. And I was in ministry before, which was his job too. And a lot of times, like, things you don't think that would matter, like small details that you don't think matter, and you think it'd be a big deal to us. No, but let's just say if there's anything you can think of, even if you think, like, hey, this is insignificant and not a big deal, it might be a big deal to us. Like, something, you might say a little something that matters to us, and somebody else say something else, and you can put that together. So if there's anything you can remember, even if you think it's insignificant, it would be helpful.
I don't know, I suppose the energy just might have fallen off and just made me want to go home. I don't know, it's so weird. It's like a weird coincidence too.
Yeah, energy was off.
But it's just you know, that was the point. I was getting tired for no reason other than I just drive back to Athens and sleep there.
That's a long drive.
I know. But I did it anyway because I had class the next day. I was just going to stay the weekend there.
What made you decide to go home tonight?
I just wanted to go chill with him, just be with him.
Did you have time?
I called my dad, and I was on it, but I should have gone.
Your dad leave, you said you tried the door and the door was locked?
Yeah.
He didn't leave the door open for you, or did he keep
No, the door. I had a key, but I just didn't use it on the front door. But that's literally all that I can live with. That it's kind of like just how that went.
You said, can you use the back door?
I try to lock the back door when it's locked. I don't have the key in this room.
Did you do anything else out in the back door before you went inside the house?
No, I just smoked a cigarette and was, kind of getting around and saw my lights on.
Did you smoke that cigarette like as soon as you got back to the house?
No, it was like after like 15 or 20 minutes. I was in my car like kind of like that for a little bit.
How long do you think you're out back or smoking a cigarette? I'll smoke.
I don't know. It should have been 5 minutes. 5 minutes? 5 minutes is a long time.
Did you ever go outside your house? You never went inside the house? Did you have any further conversation with your mom or your dad?
Yeah, we talked and I didn't know that I didn't do anything, I didn't murder anybody.
Alright, when you got to the house, did you let them know I am at the house?
No, not with this lady. She probably heard that.
So you show up, sit in the car for like 15 minutes, go to the back, smoke a cigarette, and then drive all the way back to that. Why did your mom ask you that about what happened at the house?
I don't know. She kind of just showed up like that over at my apartment, and I was like, why is somebody like trying to meet my door? So like, I don't know.
Shit.
I had this or something.
Oh.
And weird about that, but I had a whole thing about burning into her.
She like freaked out about guns or something?
They're not the biggest gun fans. Like, I enjoy it responsibly on firearms.
Yes,
Yeah. You know, she can respect that. You know, they keep them and safe, etc. So it's, you know.
Did you have a gun with you in Athens or something? Or?
No, I didn't take a gun with me.
Oh.
It remained in my room in my apartment.
In your apartment?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I know you said you pulled out your gun when your mom's banging the door, so I didn't know if you had a gun with you in Athens or you're talking about some other.
Yeah, no, it was just in Athens.
Oh, okay. Is it in Athens now or is it?
No, it's with my parents actually.
Oh, okay. So you had to bring it back?
No, they just took it. And then
Your mom took it?
Yeah.
From the Athens?
Okay, so the magazines are in my drawer and she has the gun. Because that's weird like that.
Did she take it from you in Athens?
It was actually my dad suggested he keep it. Okay.
Did it was your dad with your mom?
Yeah. I forgot.
So they both showed up?
Yeah, this. They showed away later though, the next day.
And then they snatched your gun up?
Yes, but they said they would get back very soon.
Why they snatched your gun? There's something like you the guns or?
Yeah, something like that. Especially since I just turned 21.
If you were that?
Yeah, that's what I told them. So I was like, just, as long as you do it responsibly.
That is a little bit of it.
It's a weird thing for them, like culturally, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. They haven't been historically gun fans.
No, they're not.
But I mean, my brother and I enjoy firearms.
They did. And we're all pro second on here. We look at this.
Exactly. I say it's Georgia.
Yeah. You ever go like, do you like go hunting or target shooting? Or do you like?
Yeah, I've done ski shooting a few times, some target shooting.
But hunting or just like traditional ski?
Like over under and semi, ski shooting. What is it where it goes out to track shooting?
Yeah, track shooting. Two at a time.
Yeah. But I just want to ski. Yeah, I enjoy training with self-pistols.
And of course, you know, when we look at victims of this kind of thing, just trying to kind of dig into their life and figure out as much as we can about them.
I'm also saying their relationship was allegedly kind of cryptic, but I don't know what that means. I just don't want to presume on anything. I mean,
You say cryptic, you don't know.
cryptic as in like they were very newly related or very newly together or something. I'm not sure.
Oh, now, I
I know you said that the house behind you, they lived. You know, you don't want to get into it, you brought it and happened there. But do you think the people that lived there before something could happen to somebody else outside your brother? Like they might harass someone else other than your brother? Or had issues with someone else?
The new people?
No, the old people.
Oh, the old people? I mean, who knows? I don't know. Maybe. I've seen the people that lived there before being a little suspect with the lights for no reason.
Have you suspect with the lights?
Yeah. I don't know. They're just like flicking on and like shine lighters in the window and shit. It was so weird.
So the people who lived there before kind of
so.
Yeah, some shady stuff?
It must have been, I don't know. So like off looking.
Do you think they did like criminal stuff too?
I wouldn't know. That's funny.
I know that stuff was with your brother. We don't have to talk about your brother. I'm just trying to get an idea of those people that used to live there. Like what kind of, because who knows, maybe somebody went to that house thinking they still lived there. Maybe they made someone else.
Yeah, I don't know. The people also moved in pretty fast after they moved out. Like,
you know how old people moved out? Yeah.
It was a couple months ago.
We were pretty early they moved out.
And I just tried not to think about it because it was so weird from the beginning.
Do you think that, you know, if they would have done all this mean stuff to your brother, you think they would have done it to like anybody else in the neighborhood or somebody?
No, I don't think it was like that. I think it was just some weird obsession like type deal.
Obsession with your brother? Yeah. So you think they would have the other
reason?
Yeah,
we never really talked to him. They were kind of quiet.
Tell me about you said you could flicker lights and stuff in the house. What's that all about?
I don't know, like if we were in the backyard like at night just sitting there, I think they would consciously like probably consider trying to get in our attention in some way, but like or they would just turn on for no reason and leave the room, leave the light on, and go or whatever.
Would that light shine into your all's house?
No, it's just like you can see it from our backyard.
Yeah. Can you see it from your inside your house or something?
Yeah, you can see it from our living room.
Did the new people do that kind of stuff too?
No, I haven't seen anything like that because I've been in Athens doing school.
I just recall you saying something like you caught something out of the corner of your eye when you got there smoking a cigarette.
Yeah, it might have just flickered, like I was moving my periphery or.
Yeah, you don't think they were trying to like mess with the show either?
Even if they are also not to mess with it anyway, but that caused issues.
Do your mom ever had issues with them flickering the lights? Just
no, she didn't seem to believe it, but.
Didn't seem to believe what? About the lights?
About them harassing. She was just like, I don't believe it.
Why don't you? She not believe you about stuff like that?
Well, I told her he was probably right about them harassing him because I had seen it. I had seen intentions to try.
I mean, obviously, you believe it. You believe they were harassing them, right?
Yeah, because he told me that. He was like, you know, they're getting so weird to me. Like,
why would you lie to them?
Yeah.
So your mom didn't do it. But these people weren't harassing you, were they? Harassing your mom?
No, I don't believe so. They seem to have been very moody and quiet.
So it's all that old that out there. Do you know what happened to them? Like where they went?
They must have just moved somewhere else.
You don't know where or anything about them? Okay. Were they into like
Went Buddha?
Yeah, I don't know. Like old stuff.
Maybe.
Were they into like satanic? Like,
that's what I'm saying. I don't know what they assume because I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if you had like a suspicion or something like that.
I just, you know, we just too odd.
All of that. I know what you're telling me. I'm getting a little bit through that. Man, did they have like all people around your house doing stuff or something?
I don't know. I don't see people over there.
Crazy, man. Yeah, it's mad world. So you don't think anybody
Georgia's like considered pretty safe state too, in my opinion.
do you think that those old residents could have Well, the thing is, you know, did you grow up in that neighborhood?
Yeah, my whole life.
Yes, you know the vibe of the neighborhood. You know,
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
it's not fun. I know it's off. You know,
yeah, well, you know something's not right.
Yeah. But I don't claim it's a sixth sense type thing. That's a little out there, but anyway.
So, knowing the neighborhood and the kind of people who live in and around that neighborhood, what do you think happened? What do you think happened to that house?
I told him the other officers, I was like, it probably just got attempted robbed, I don't know. And then maybe they got scared going in, like, seeing the people, I don't know. And then they just,
Do these people have, like, fancy stuff you think, like,
I don't know. I've never really seen the interior.
They have, like,
Well, besides, I don't really go over there much anymore.
I mean, if you hear, like, there's, like, fancy stuff at their house, like, fancy cars or something like that, someone's gonna go and, hey, well, that's a good place to rob. You know, it's like, why that house? You know, like, why that house and all that house?
I don't know. Our house is on the corner, so it's kind of like not like able to be robbed as easily, I suppose. And that's just like over $100, so it's more hidden.
So we're trying to figure it out because we couldn't really see anything like this in the house, so it was like a weird thing. It's tripping us up.
So I just rush.
It's like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, that's, I mean, usually they come for a reason, I suppose, right? I don't know. Unless it's just an irrational murder.
An irrational murder? What would be like that?
I don't even know, just like someone like.
Yeah, what even is that?
Some black guy just wanting to break into somebody's house. I mean, I've seen solicitors, I don't know about boxing solicitors with one person, but I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, solicitors are there for them?
I mean, not in a bad way, but, you know, they don't, we have this soliciting sign, so it usually works.
You think somebody would be soliciting in the middle of the night?
That's a, I don't know, probably not.
Have you ever had solicitors over your house in the middle of the night?
I feel like the judge has witnesses sometimes.
No, do you?
Where'd you park it? Were you over there?
I'm not sure.
In the driveway? Did you see cars parked on the street or anything?
I don't know, I think the neighbors were across the road. The neighbors across the road were probably parked in their driveway.
When you're smoking cigarettes, where were you at when you're smoking a cigarette?
Just went back there, like near my, like that's our house. And the fence to the other house is here, house over here, like looking at that.
Did you see into their house from that vantage point?
You can't really see in the house, you just see in the window that's lit up.
Do you know which window that is? Do you have to describe it to me?
Yeah, it's just above the middle of their house.
Is it like really high up?
It's just a sad story, I think.
So you can't see like, I don't know, the lower level, first floor or anything like that?
I mean, you might go see some like shadows of light through the cracks and fence and stuff.
Did you hear about it before your mom came to your place?
No, that's the thing. She completely surprised you with it. I was like, yeah, that's really sad.
What have you heard since then?
Nothing really. No.
Have you seen anything in the news or word of mouth or?
Something, two shot dead in that poor film. You know, it's close, it's literally the neighbors.
Yeah.
So, you just happened to drive by that night, and there was no, was you out or something that said, hey, go that night, or?
Well, no, I was going home to see my family because I hadn't felt like I had any connection with them. So I was gonna say, but I couldn't say Thursday, Friday. And then I got there and went to the back room, cigarette, put the bottle, I was like, that's not what happens.
And it's just crazy. I mean, it seems like when I got home, he's not the family there.
I was telling my mom, I was like, I let that down on my way, like, I should have called you too.
Did you text him, call him?
Yeah, I called him. But I didn't ask something. I was putting an ass on
And you never, did you ever, you're showing this there, did you ever go into the neighbor's yard at all?
No, it's like a big fence, you gotta jump over. You want to cross something like that.
Walking across it out on the street or sidewalk or cul-de-sacs, anything, I don't know.
I mean, like sometimes I walk or you know, I just like walk around the night where it's
You walk around that night?
no, it's just like
You didn't see anybody else out there that time?
no, it's very quiet. That's the weirdest part. It was very quiet.
Did your house have any cameras that could help us out?
No.
Any cameras that can help us out? Or take footage or anything? So we got a video I'm gonna have you guys scatter across the whole damn neighborhood, pulling every Ring doorbell camera and this thing. We're gonna have hours and hours of footage to watch, so I'm just wondering if you know, like, and then you should really check out this camera. This probably help you see everything.
I don't know. There's like a few, I think, but not too many, I think.
I mean, you can get
It's
right into the house or something like that camera.
Like when I drive home, I can't drive out past more than 5 or 6 rooms, I think. Something like that.
Any like in particular in your house or like where this happened at there you go?
Did you call when you got home or anything? Your parents, when you got home, did you call and say, hey, I'm here?
No, like I said, I should talk going on or that.
They got that really?
Yeah, they do.
What do they do? They're working on the car.
My mom's a salesman. My dad works for construction in DC.
Does he travel? Yeah. Is it usually just even mom over there or what does it work?
I mean, he does on like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Okay, so kind of do you go?
The end of disc 2, video 3. It resumes now on disc 3, video 1.
Crazy numbering system. Yeah, mom stays at home, dad works, travels for work. I'm trying to give you the gist of the conversation. The police officers are intentionally jumping around a little bit. There's the connection again. We're back.
Home a lot, friends, or how else do you get back?
I try to go home more often these days.
Yeah.
Usually, I'll go out there over the next day. I'll probably do that. It should be fun.
So like how often do you think do you go to your parents' house? Once a month, every week?
Sometimes like 2 or 3 times.
2 or 3 times like a month or
Like, I've definitely gone there on consecutive weekends.
you have a roommate that happens or you work?
Yeah, I do summer construction with my dad.
Okay, cool.
And I was kind of graduated.
So you make a bunch of money over the summer?
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, so you can't just say over the summer. Does your mom have you need some?
It's only like a couple thousand for working, a couple months.
Yeah, yeah.
It's really all you can help with. Honestly.
Well, before we leave, trust me, we won't take up too much more of your time. We just need to check our case files and make sure we're not forgetting anything to ask you that can help us put these things together.
So it's not just like a little tiny detail.
Yeah, and these things, they can be so complex, we just want to make sure we go through our notes and go, oh, dang it, we forgot to ask Matt this one question that could help us out.
I mean, with all these things, I would like to check on that would be possible. And be able to possibly, call a lawyer, be able to maybe witness or some evidence that can help.
Well, there's the Sandy Springs, you got your own thing going on there, okay? I don't know what all they charge you with, I don't know off the top of my head, but,
I believe they could have been explained away with this treatment of.
yeah, I'll ask them.
I don't know, I don't want to assume that, I just really like to go see what it and how things.
So, you mentioned an attorney, I guess we can have further questions, is it okay if we look at our notes and come back and keep talking?
Yeah, but yeah.
And we'll try to be quick, okay? Rob, you need more water or anything?
Okay, so he mentioned the attorney. He didn't specifically say, I don't want to talk anymore, I want to talk to a lawyer.
Stopped at 19:47:31 seconds and will resume at 19:51 and 12 seconds.
He said, with all due respect, when can I call a lawyer, an attorney? So I think it's time for the judge might be able to step in and say he may have invoked.
Look, you gotta understand where we're sitting, okay? I'm asking this to the police, okay? You got this cop that lives behind your house, where someone broke into their house, okay? And today, not only that, the people who used to live in the house, used to talk with their brother, they do something associated, which I believe. Now today, just a few days later, Sandy Springs finds you in other people's homes. And then on top of that, you just stab one of their guys. And you stab them up really, really, really good. I mean, yeah, you carve them up. Okay? In our business, we don't call that shit a coincidence, okay? The thing is, when I asked you about the cameras, we were already in cameras. There's a damn camera right across the street from where these people go. Okay? What do you think about it? Okay, I got guys that at the office now, scouring for hours and hours and hours, just sitting there literally watching camera footage. Okay? I just went into my backyard to smoke a cigarette aspect, I'm not really buying it. Now, I'm not saying you're some cold-hearted person, but from where I'm sitting, you were in that house. had a reason. Maybe someone told you to do it, maybe God told you to do it, I don't know. But here's where the rubber meets the road. It's time for you to cleanse your soul and tell us what happened so we can tell that family and that 2-year-old when he grows up one day why he doesn't have any parents. You're picking up on the laying down too.
Or that we're probably demonic in nature.
What makes you say that?
I don't know. It's the way it seemed.
They could very well be lying.
I don't want to think of that. I'm talking home too.
Is that why you go over there?
Where?
To their house?
I didn't go over there.
There's a camera right there across the street. So,
Bro, we
What's it-
gotta get your name out of that.
there's a
Where
camera.
did it come from?
There's a camera across
How
the
did
street.
you know? How do you know it was me?
Because you stabbed a cop today after breaking into someone's house, and you live right behind where these people were murdered. I mean, 5-year-old could figure that out.
I don't know what to say other than I'm innocent. And I mean it.
I don't believe you.
Well,
Let me ask you this. What's the ninth commandment?
The what?
The ninth commandment. You know the Lord, right? What's the ninth commandment?
I'm not sure.
Don't lie. That's the ninth commandment, okay? So I can sit here and tell you right now, from the camera footage, you did walk from your house into their yard, and you set off the motion light. You remember that?
Not quite.
Not quite? What do you mean not quite?
Are you saying that I'm gonna be arrested under some circumstances? I'm just wondering.
I'm saying the camera shows you walking into their backyard, setting off the motion light, walking back to your house.
This is me.
Because the same gray hoodie you were wearing today, it's at the hospital in the clothing bag, is the same hoodie that's in the
No, it's a
video.
different one.
It's a different one?
Yes.
What hoodie was it the other night?
It was the North Face.
The North Face, the gray North Face hoodie.
Yeah, the one that was in the hospital.
And zip up?
No. I have one that's lighter than the old size. And that's the one that was in the hospital.
So that's the one you were wearing. What's it?
Yes, that's right.
So how'd you get in your house?
I didn't murder them.
Maybe you didn't mean to murder them. See, if you didn't mean to murder them, I could believe that. But this, I didn't do shit but smoke a cigarette and drive back to Athens thing. Dude, come on, man. Wait.
Where do you want this to go with me?
The truth. I don't want to buy these people under them dead.
Someone murdered them.
You murdered them.
What do you want me to say? I haven't even been gifted a lawyer, and they were trying to curse on me on the fireplace. Like, it's admissible.
I'm trying to curse on
Yes, dude, they were battering me after I got shot. They were still trying to batter me.
Maybe you shouldn't stab police officers.
That's correct, sir. You're correct about that.
And I was thinking after that, man, we're from Cobb County. I don't know anything about what happened with you in Sandy Springs. All I know is you were in someone else's home today. And that's why the police had to come out there. And that's how this all transpired.
Exactly.
So you go in someone's house today, but no, man, I didn't. I sat at a cop. Yeah, I was in someone's house. I wasn't. But this whole going to my neighbor's house and killing people, I didn't do that. Of course, that wouldn't be me. Come on, man.
What? Why would I kill my neighbors?
Why would you go into someone's house and stab a cop today?
Because I didn't intend to do that. With all due respect.
Maybe you didn't intend to murder them, but you did. So how did we get from I got there to you then being dead?
Maybe I induced blackout while I was sleeping. I don't know.
Okay, have you ever had one of those?
A blackout?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. What happens during these blackouts?
random stuff, and then you wake up.
Okay. Did you have a blackout then?
I don't know. I slept in the car and woke up in the car, and then I went to go smoke a cigarette and then left.
Okay. So
that's the truth.
You don't know if you had a blackout? Is it possible you had a blackout?
I don't want to think I had a blackout because that would probably
I know you don't want to think about it. I'm saying, is it possible you had a blackout?
I don't know. I was sleeping for like 10 minutes or 15 minutes.
Have you ever had a blackout and been accused of doing something you didn't remember?
My last case was induced marijuana, panic attack, probably psychosis, but like that was pretty much settled. And like, it's just crazy.
Did you have your gun with you that day?
It was in Athens.
It was in Athens? So when I find your gun and I match them up to the showcases in the house, are they going to match?
I don't know. Probably not.
Probably not. If it was my gun and you asked me, hey, is your gun going to match any murder scenes? I'm going to be like, no. I'm not going to say probably not. Because guess what? I'm going to get your gun. I'm going to get all your guns. I'm going to get any guns you ever touched. Ever looked at.
All right. Well, you don't have to threaten me, please, officer.
I'm not threatening you, man. I just want the truth. I'm not threatening you because you're lying to me, man. You're lying.
Sir, with all due respect, you don't want to believe me that it was.
So here's the thing.
I think there's a logical explanation. You're just not telling me.
For the record, that stopped in 20 minutes and 5 seconds.
Wow. So when I get your gun and I compare it to the shell casings, are they going to match? I don't know. I don't think so. They shouldn't. Got a little hostile there at the end.
Detective Standard, ultimately, did this defendant confess to these killings?
No, he did not.
Where did he put himself on the evening of November 17th of 2021?
In the backyard of his home at 600 Delphinium Boulevard.
Which is how close to 50-50 Verbena Drive?
They back up to each other.
Now, with respect to the timeline he provided, how did the arrival that he said was at 10:30 p.m. align to the video surveillance evidence?
About 19 minutes difference from when we observed his Lexus leaving the area.
Well, in terms of arrival, how did his stated time of arrival of 10:30 p.m. compared to the arrival as shown on surveillance video?
That would have been close to an hour. I think it would have been about a 50-minute difference.
And then how did his departure time that he says was 11:15 p.m. compare to the departure time as seen on the surveillance video?
It would have been about an hour and 4 minutes difference.
Now, what did you make of the statement that he was really tired, so he drove back to Athens?
Didn't make much sense to me.
Did you at some point go to Athens?
I did.
I can try to fix the sync. It's going to take just a second.
I'm going to show you what's been marked.
Audio will keep going, okay?
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 821 here. Do you recognize State's 821?
Yes, this is a Google map showing a route from 600 Delphinium Boulevard, which is his family residence here in Cobb County, to Athens, Georgia, at his apartment.
And is that a fair and accurate map showing the different roadways and such between those two addresses?
Correct.
And in that particular exhibit, State's 891, does that show two possible routes to get from point A to point B?
Yes, it does.
This time, State moves to tender State's 821 into evidence.
State's 821 is admitted.
He's going to take.
May I publish?
Yes.
Looking at State's 821 here.
1 second, guys.
and I'm going to zoom in, but roughly, and obviously it varies on the route taken, but roughly how far is it from 600 Delphinium to 435 North Church Street in Athens?
Just shy of about 86 miles.
Did it make sense to you that if someone was super tired, they would drive almost 2 hours?
No, and he was at his parents' house where he could have slept there, so I don't know why he'd drive all the way back.
We'll get video in just a second, guys. Sorry.
Now, kind of towards the beginning of that interview, there was a statement about believing Amber to be pregnant. Was that the case at that point in time in y'all's investigation?
Correct. There's some speculations going around at that time. We had also found some photographs of the family, the Hicks family. It was like some fall family photographs, and Amber was holding a very small pumpkin near her stomach. So we thought that may have been possible.
And so that, at the time that you made that statement to Mr. Lanz, a true statement?
Yes, that was our belief at the time.
Was it later determined that she was not pregnant at the time?
That's correct.
Now, what else kind of stood out to you or caught your attention about this interview?
Well, first he put himself in the area, not just in the area, but in his backyard where that backed up to the Lanz, or to the Hicks property. The statement itself was hard to follow. He claimed he drove all the way from Athens to come visit his parents, smoked a cigarette in the backyard, and then took a nap in his car for 10 to 15 minutes, got a bad feeling, and then drove all the way home. I just thought that was an unusual thing to do, and as far as that statement goes. So yeah, I didn't quite believe that to be genuine.
What about the statements regarding a North Face jacket?
So at the time, we had reviewed a lot of video surveillance. Granted, the surveillance was difficult to see. When I reviewed it on my computer, kind of frame by frame, a particular moment when we see an individual walking from the backyard area of the Hicks' residence up the street towards Delphinium Boulevard. It was my opinion that the subject seen in that video, their top clothing was a lighter color than their bottom clothing. And I just, at that time, suspected it may have been a lighter color or gray. So that was when we confronted him about a gray hoodie, because during the Sandy Springs incident, when he was shot, the paramedics or responding officers had actually cut off a gray jacket, zip-up jacket off this person.
But what was it, I guess, about his response that was noteworthy to you?
So when we confronted him with that belief that, hey, you were wearing a gray hoodie today, and we believe you were wearing a gray hoodie on that video camera, he made a response and said, no, that was my North Face hoodie.
What about the number of times that lights were mentioned?
The number of times?
And I'm not asking you to testify to how many times, but what about the volume of times?
He mentioned seeing a flickering light while he was in the backyard smoking a cigarette several times. I believe at one time described him as possibly demonic. I think maybe the word he used.
I'm sorry.
I think he described him as demonic at one point.
Demonic lights flashing from the neighbor's house windows.
Was it clear based on the interview whether these demonic lights is what led him to have this bad feeling and drive almost 2 hours back to Athens?
Specifically lights, I just recall him saying he had a bad eerie feeling, took a nap, and then drove home.
I'm going to show you it's been marked as 666 here. Do you, recognize that exhibit?
Yes, it is.
All right, and how is it that you recognize that exhibit?
This is a booking photo of Matthew Lanz taken at the Cobb County Adult Detention Center.
Is that a fair and accurate photograph of how he looked back in 2021?
It is.
State moves to tender, states 666 inhabitants.
Any objection?
No objection.
State 666 is admitted.
Now, in terms of the clothing that you've referenced as having seen on the Sandy Springs body camera footage, were you able to recover that clothing?
Yes, it was.
And where did you go to recover this clothing?
I went to the GBI headquarters to retrieve that.
After retrieving the clothing, what was done with it?
That was photographed and processed by our crime scene technicians.
And before photographing it, did it remain in the packaging from Fulton County?
Yes, it was in its original packaging that the crime scene original person who collected the items had sealed it in a bag.
I'm going to show you states 708 through 766. If you'll take a moment to flip through those.
Sorry, there's just a lot of them.
He's literally flipping through like it's a flip chart. There's like 7, just rifling through the pages.
Yes, I recognize these.
And are those fair and accurate photographs taken in Cobb County of the clothing you retrieved from GBI from Sandy Springs?
That's correct.
State moves to tender, states exhibit 708 through 766.
Any objection? No objection. States 708 to 766 are admitted.
May I publish some of these?
Yes.
That's very broad. May I publish some of these? Can I just put some on the chart? Yes. They're admitted, so it's cool. Just tell us the numbers.
Looking at state 710, just by way of example, were the items you received in bags?
Yes, they were.
And were they sealed?
Yes, sealed and signed.
Looking at state 711 here, what are we looking at?
I believe that's a pair of pants.
It
And
was a
now,
pair of pants.
what was the state of a lot of these clothing items based on the Sandy Springs case?
They were cut off of them, so they're pretty torn up.
State 713.
Yeah, that's also a pair of like sweatpants.
Were they cut off or chewed off? That is, those just look thrash.
And I don't mean an exact number, but how many like articles of clothing were there?
Several tops and bottoms.
State 716 here.
A pair of black gloves.
Those missing all but one fingertip.
State 721.
It's a gray North Face fitted jacket.
And once again, looking at 723 by way of example, did this jacket also have to be cut off?
That is correct.
State 728.
Some camouflage pants.
State 733.
The another glove to the other right hand.
Okay, so the two shortest fingers over here, the outside fingers, the tips are not cut, so he's got the dexterity.
Like a camo veil, or some people like a ghillie. It's just like a net that you would put over you like a poncho, but it's camouflage.
This does make him look
State
mentally
743.
unstable.
It's a camouflage mask.
Balaclava. Looks sort of fleece.
State 748.
It's a green, it's called like a boonie hat.
Appears to be inside out.
Boonie hat.
State 755.
Pair of sneakers.
How were the sneakers wrapped?
You were in a brown sealed bag.
Was there anything of evidentiary value found near the sneakers in the brown evidence bag?
Yes.
What was that?
It was a small piece of glass.
Ooh,
Looking at states,
that could be the smoking gun.
556 here, do you begin to see that small shard of glass?
Yes.
State 757, is that a little bit better image of that shard of glass?
Yes.
And then state 750.
How close are we getting?
Can it
Holy
be
cow.
seen here as well?
Yes.
Now you go to the microscope.
Was that shard of glass collected?
It was.
I'm going to show you states 767 here. Do you recognize 767?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you recognize 767?
It is the small piece of glass that is in that photo.
I don't think he broke into the house that he was caught in. I think he just walked in.
State of tender,
He
state
entered, but he didn't break
767
any
into
windows.
evidence.
Any objection? Thank you. State 767 is admitted.
Now, as part of your investigation, did you review footage from Sandy Springs?
Yes, I did.
To your knowledge, was there any broken glass involved in that case?
Not that I'm aware of.
Then looking at state 759 here, is there any additional kind of small piece of glass in this area?
Correct. It is just to document the sole of the shoe and showing where the glass is.
State 761, is that a close-up there?
Yes.
State 764, what are we looking at?
The same shoes, just from a different angle.
No, there are a few more angles to show all the different sides.
That's correct.
It's a good time for us to take a break.
Yes,
We'll go for about 2 hours, give everybody a stretch, get some water, and use
The
get a
bathroom.
comfort break at this time. So why don't we come back at about 3:10?
Use the toilet.
Standing recess. You're free to stay.
All right, as we go to our little break and grab your water or whatever it is you're refreshing yourself with. This is probably the closest thing to a smoking gun we've got, but it still needs to match. We still need to have some testimony that puts the two together. Is this? Can you test glass? Can you say, is this the same sort of glass as that glass? Other than that, it's circumstantial. Why else would there be glass on the foot of his shoe? But the state still has to prove it. They tested glass and Karen Reed. Sure can match glass. Yeah, but who's going to testify next? Maybe his door got shut out. Hey, it could happen. I've heard of that happening to people. I still have not fixed my front door. The day I could have gone, the place was closed. So each witness is a new surprise and a new challenge for the person who's putting up the pinned message. All right. The guy from Window World is testifying next, right? Did he just say he was found in a different house than the one the couple was killed in? Why a different house? Laurie, yes. he was. The police responded to another home, different area, where he walked into the house and the people were like, "Hey, what are you doing here?" And he's like, "I just need to look around. I need to find something." And he went upstairs and they're like, "Police, we've got a crazy guy in our house just walking around and won't leave." So the police showed up, as they normally do, and they got talking to him. They got the family out. They got talking to him, and he came down. He came down with a knife. And he engaged one of the officers, stabbing the officer. They tussled, went to the floor. Shots were fired by 2 officers, and he was taken into custody. And through that, he got hit in the neck, and I think somewhere else. I don't know where else. It might have just been the neck. But it barely. I mean, the shot. Had it been just an inch or 2 over, brainstem, lights out, it would have been over. But it turned out it was almost like a superficial wound, and so he was released after being treated from the hospital, and then that's why you see him with a patch on his neck in the hospital. But so he was captured at another house, acting strangely, and coincidence? I think not. When the cops had him in custody, and they were then, looking at all the evidence, they're like, "Hey, this guy, he lives right over here." Funny thing, just one house away from where he lives, we had an unsolved murder the other day. Let's talk to him. Hey, how's it going? Meanie. Mrs. Ari made more cookies, and she's eating them in front of me and not giving them to me. The officer was stabbed pretty badly. Yes. Let's see. The rest of the video is online. Yeah, it would get us demonetized if we played it. If we get 1,000 likes, RA will get a cookie. As much as I'd like that to be true, I don't think she's going to give me a cookie. I told her that to prevent breaking, I told my wife that to prevent breaking the cookie paddles in the mixer anymore, I'm going to relabel Speed 3 on the Bosch mixer, which is the high-speed mixing, to dough hook instead of Speed 3. So she knows before you go there, you have to switch to the dough hook instead of the plastic paddles. Now she won't give me a cookie. Was that crime before the homicides? I thought that was a couple days after. That crime was a couple days after the homicides. That's why they were able to put things together. What stood out to me about the interviews with him about talking about his mom? They keep asking, "Did your mom tell you anything?" And he's like, "No." Well, he says yes, but the mom says, "No, I didn't tell him anything." And then when they press the mom, she's like, "Oh, I might have told him that. Oh, and that, and that, and that." And it seems weird, like the mom was definitely covering for him and that she knew something was wrong. Why else would they drop everything and drive to his apartment in Athens to pick up his gun and take his gun and take it home and hide it in a suit coat in the closet? I think they knew something had happened. I don't know if they heard something, but I think they knew something had happened. Let's see. I dreamed that Mrs. Ari was teaching us to make a cookie pie, a pie filled with Oreos. That's delicious. That sounds wonderful. If you give an RA a cookie, you will ask for a 4K stream. Graders, I am so excited. Honestly, can you imagine us going into court and getting a 4K stream from court? You've never seen a 4K stream from court live. I don't think anyone has done it yet. I'd love to be the first. But all right. I'll give 5 memberships if Mrs. Uri gives you a cookie on the live stream. Olga, I'm going to ask for one. Let's see. What does Josh say? If we get 1,000 likes, I'll do pins for tomorrow. Hey, red pen is going to be like all over that. honestly, this is so much work. I don't know if you guys have tried to do this before. Imagine on the fly having to listen over me talking to whatever name it is, or do research, or dig up on the internet or social media or wherever else you can find it out, documents and court records, how to spell someone's name, catch their job description, and put it all in a quick thing in time for as soon as somebody starts talking, you guys to ask, hey, who is this? Who's this? Who's this witness? This is what the mods do, and it's amazing. It's amazing. It's like a court reporter, yes. I talk over names and cut the feed to adjust the sound right when the name's announced. I've had a couple offers. One person wants to. Amber says, "Grab my comment." Looking for it. Couple things.
This feels intimidating. I have to be on the mic for you to tell me these couple of things.
Are you drinking milk and eating a cookie right now? It looks delicious. Some people have said they're going to gift a number of memberships to the channel if you give me a cookie on air.
Okay, Did we hear the other side of this story, people? Or did you just, malign me?
And,
Okay.
And Amber says...
No. Let's get all of the story out, shall we? After I came and gave him cookies, he said, I don't want to taste test any more of your cookies. Those are not good. I don't like the food
this part of the story
that you make, and I don't want to eat any of the crap that you're creating. That's what happened.
I'm pretty sure I didn't say any of those words.
No, but he did. Okay, he did it. He didn't say that bad, but he did say he doesn't want to taste test anymore because I told him the type that I'm making. He's like, yeah, I'm good. I don't want any more of those.
I was not interested in. Now they look better. The way you described them, they didn't seem as appetizing as they look now on the cooling platter. So, yeah, I'm in trouble. Guess no memberships for you and no cookie for me. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's how that goes.
She's eating the cookie as we speak.
I've never made these cookies before.
Are they Twix cookies?
They are called candy bar cookies. I happen to use Twix in them to make them. They did break the cookie petals because they're just so chunky, but they're good.
Okay. They sound good.
They're so good.
They look good. Can we get the recipe? Not if I can't get a cookie.
Actually, I looked the recipe up online, and there were tons and tons of different people who were like, all these different people saying how to make candy bar cookies. I've never even heard of them until this year. So, interesting idea.
Yeah. They do look good.
They taste so good. You will never know.
Barbara, thank you very much for the super sticker. Did I call the court yet? We have tried to follow up with the court in Tennessee. Haven't got any word. I don't think the Killdozer showed up, or else it would be in the news. So it's a nothing burger right now. We're waiting for the documents to update, and they haven't. Be strong, RA. Be strong.
Do you know you've infected the kids as well?
For the record.
None of the kids will eat the cookies.
I said I didn't want to eat the cookie. I'm trying to be good on my diet.
I know.
Not that I don't like. It's not like you put oatmeal in them or something.
There's nothing wrong with oatmeal and cookies.
I'm in trouble. Olga says, all right, I'll send you some cookies. Amber says, do the thing you were supposed to do, and the judge is back.
Oh, thanks. I don't have a phone yet.
Okay.
I'll get on that.
All right. Judge is back, and I still don't have a cookie. No gifted memberships for y'all because I didn't get a cookie. I apologize. She might bring me one now. I think she will. She had that look in her eye like she's really going to bring me a cookie. I will eat this one for you, Josh. It's in honor of you, not to tempt you or tantalize you in any way.
We are back on the record for State of Georgia versus Matthew Scott, Lanz 22900922. All parties are present. Just want to make a quick announcement again to everyone that is on Zoom. Zoom is a courtesy, and all devices must be muted. We've had a couple of instances where we've had feeds or conversations that are coming into the courtroom. If the courtroom continues to be interrupted, then we will have to make a decision on whether or not we will continue with Zoom or remove those who continue to violate the court's orders. It is if you are still in court, court rules still apply. So again, do ask that everybody give the consideration to everybody that is in court so that we can be heard without any interruptions. Again, if there are interruptions, we'll have to make a decision on whether or not the court will allow the courtesy of the Zoom. You may proceed, Lady Green.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, circling back for just 1 minute here, looking at States 759. When you responded to 50/50 Verbena, what type of shoes were you wearing?
I was wearing cowboy boots.
All right. Did you end up with any glass in your shoes?
Yes, I had some Tyvek, little booby covers that we wear for crime scenes at the time. And when I was walking around the crime scene after I was finished with the crime scene, I noticed that I had lots of tiny shards of glass embedded in my boot that I actually had to kind of scrape away and remove. So when these items were collected, I requested that they be processed, and I asked if there had been any noticeable glass in the packages.
And is that how you came to find and collect the small shard of glass?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, I want to move on now. I believe earlier this week there was some mention of GSR or gunshot residue. What is that?
So gunshot residue, it's caused from a weapon being fired. So the powder in a cartridge, when the firing pin hits the cartridge and the powder inside ignites, it causes a miniature explosion, which then causes the bullet to go down the barrel of the pistol or rifle, and then that gas and powder is ejected also out the barrel and the ejection port of the weapon. So when a gun is fired, that gun residue powder that is ejected from the firearm is not necessarily concentrated. It actually comes out in a plume in the air.
And is that
I like
tiny
that hand
particles
motion.
that can't necessarily be seen?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there such thing as a GSR or gunshot residue test?
There are.
What is the purpose of a GSR test?
You do a GSR test to see if there's any gunshot residue on someone's person or clothing.
Is it used super frequently, at least in Cobb County?
Not in Cobb, no.
And why not?
So there's a couple of things in dealing with GSR testing as well, specifically to this case.
Well, I just want to talk about regular GSR testing first.
Well, GSR, as I kind of described, it can be emitted into the air after a gun is fired, and it is not an absolute, it's an investigative lead, the testing that I mean. So what we have to look at if we do a GSR test is how that gunshot residue may have gotten on that person. There's many ways that can happen.
Well, before we get there, let me ask you this. If someone has gunshot residue on their person, does that mean that they held and they fired a weapon?
Not necessarily, no.
Additionally, now could it indicate that they were in the presence of a gun being fired?
Absolutely, especially if it was in an enclosed space.
Now, in terms of how long it stays on clothing or body parts, can that vary?
It can.
And can that make it difficult to conduct delayed GSR testing?
Yes, there's many factors that can go into that.
What are some ways that GSR, if it were present on someone's hands or body, some ways that you may not detect it?
Simply washing your clothes, washing your hands, taking a shower can remove GSR from your person.
Given some of these limitations, Did you swab Lanz's hands for GSR during his interview?
No.
Alright, did you swab any of his clothing?
No.
Alright, and why is it that you, or not swab, but rather did you have his clothing tested for GSR?
So kind of as I said, GSR testing is an investigative lead, is not an absolute, okay? GSR testing does not indicate a timestamp, meaning it doesn't tell you when that GSR was on a person or on a piece of clothing, and it doesn't tell you how. So had a GSR test been done and resulted in a positive result, well, by the time I came in contact with the defendant, he was just shot not once, but twice in an enclosed space. So that powder, that GSR, would have been emitted in the air inside a room. So there is a very strong likelihood that GSR would have been present on his person. Also, the officers who fired their weapons then got into a physical altercation with the defendant, had to drag him out of the house, and then assisted in handcuffing him, so they're touching his wrists and hands during that time. Now, on the other side of that, if the test had become negative or had a negative result, by the time I was face to face with the defendant, we were just shy of 48 hours. I think we're around 40 hours since the crime had occurred. Well, there's plenty of time in 40 hours to take a shower and wash your hands. So if there had been a negative result, I can't conclude that he didn't fire a weapon because there had been enough time to get rid of that GSR. So either way, if it was positive or negative, I would not be able to conclude if that GSR came from the homicide itself, and I can't conclude if it was negative, that means he didn't fire a weapon.
Effectively, it would have gotten you nowhere.
Exactly.
I'm going to show you states 768 through 820. Do you recognize these images?
So GSR testing would not have done any good. This cookie is really good, guys.
Yes.
Sorry, that was.
How is it that you recognize 768 to 820?
These are crime scene photos that we're taking at our crime scene vehicle processing shed at the time. And these photos are of the 2008 Lexus belonging to Mr. Lanz.
This is the same Lexus 2008 GS 350 that we saw from Sandy Springs.
That's correct.
All right, did you all conduct your own search of this vehicle once in Cobb County?
Yes, I obtained a Cobb County search warrant for that vehicle.
And are all of these photos fair and accurate photos of that search warrant execution here in Cobb County?
Yes.
State goes to tender states 768 through 820.
Okay.
State 768 through 820 are admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
We'll just go through a few of these, but 768, what's being documented here?
The vehicle tag.
Did the exterior of this vehicle appear to be in the exact same condition as when you saw it in Sandy Springs?
Yes.
State 783 here was the green backpack that we observed from the Sandy Springs photos still transported with this vehicle when it was brought to Cobb.
Yes, it was.
Was it moved slightly from within the vehicle?
Yes, the bag was searched under a Sandy Springs search warrant and then ultimately left in the car.
Olga Corona, thank you so much for 5 gifted memberships. Cookie received one of your 5 memberships.
And in these photos, do y'all unpack that bag and go through the back?
Yes, we did.
States 801, what's being documented here?
That is the insurance card for that vehicle.
Does it have the name and address listed on there?
Yes, it does. Scott and Teresa Lanz, the address of 600 Delphinium Boulevard in Ackworth. Then it has the year 2008 Lexus GS350, and that also has the vehicle ID number.
Now, for
YouTube doesn't like
purposes
those
of
documents, even though they're
this search
deceased.
warrant, did you also turn the car on?
Yes,
Okay. Is that what we see in State 812?
that is correct.
They're not deceased. That's his
What is
parents,
being
right?
documented in States 814?
Showing that the vehicle was very, very low on gas.
Now, do you?
Very low on gas.
Now, was it able to be completely turned on, or is this just turning on the electricity? Do you recall?
I think this would have been just turning over the car to show the lights of just the electricity.
So do you know whether this car was capable of being turned on given the lack of gas in the tank?
I don't recall if we were able to fully get it on or not.
I want to go back to State's Exhibit 821, which was tendered before the break. Zoom in here. Can you see the new north side exit off of 285 on here?
I can.
Okay. If someone were driving from Athens to the Ackworth area, specifically 600 Delphinium, would you more than likely use 285 to get on to 75?
Typically you would, yes. That'd be the more direct route.
Can you, of course, go 85 all the way until the switch and then take 75 and go that way as well?
Yes.
Okay. With this particular route, would you have passed the exit upon which this vehicle was located by Sandy Springs?
You would have, yes.
Is there any way for us to know whether that vehicle had run out of gas or not?
I know it was abandoned, and we found that the gas light was on, and I know we had trouble trying to crank it.
All right, looking at States 815 here, what is being documented in States 815?
These were items found throughout that green tactical backpack.
And what are some of those items?
So I got a med kit. I found, there's that med kit and a smaller first aid kit. We had some leather gloves, some earplugs,
underwear.
You see some spare underwear and socks, and then at the top, rain poncho. That's the bottom half of the poncho. You'll see some binoculars here.
I'm going to show you States 816. Is that a continuation?
Correct. You'll see a handheld kind of radio, and it was in like a camo bag. There were some snacks, food, some drinks that we found, and then those 2 orange containers at the top are half-pound containers of tannerite. So that's a pound of tannerite total.
That's an explosive. That's an explosive for target practice. You shoot it and it goes boom.
Some more all those items contained in States 820 here.
That's correct.
The tannerite with the underwear. In an emergency, you never know when you have a pound of tannerite and a new pair of
now,
shorts.
After doing the search warrant of this vehicle and meeting with the defendant in this case, did you go to his Athens apartment?
Yes, we did. That was on the 19th.
If you recall, we previously saw the interview with Scott and Teresa Lanz. Do you recall whether the interview with the parents was before or after the Athens search warrant?
The interview with the parents was before the Athens search warrant.
And I think, obviously, the court saw that previously, so were you in there with Mr. and Mrs. Lanz?
Yes, I was.
Was there anything that particularly stuck out to you during that interview?
Yeah, so one of the first things that stuck out with me is that after finding out that there had been a murder, Teresa felt it necessary to go to Athens and locate her son.
This is so
and then
sus.
upon arriving to the apartment in Athens, finding him asleep in the middle of the day, when Sheila supposedly was supposed to be in class, finding a weapon in his possession, not wanting to relinquish that weapon, and then point blank asking him if he had anything to do with the murders, which I just thought was a very strange chain of events afterwards.
Do you recall what time it was when Mrs. Lanz arrived in Athens?
I believe around between 2:30 and 3 in the afternoon.
And do you recall what time it was roughly when officers first arrived on scene?
That would have been
Having discovered the murder, sorry.
around 9:45 in the morning, somewhere in there.
Right, so thereafter, did you go to Athens?
Yes, after that interview.
I'm going to show you states 822 through 902.
Yes, I recognize these.
And how is it that you recognize states 822 through 902?
These are photos conducted during the search warrant at Matthew Lanz's Athens apartment.
Are those fair and accurate photographs taken during the search warrant execution?
They are.
And do you remember the address in Athens?
435 North Church Street. That was apartment 4, and I was in Athens, Georgia.
This time state moves to tender states 822 to 902 in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
States 822 to 902 is admitted.
May I publish some of these?
Yes.
State 822 here, what are we documenting?
This is the exterior of the apartment building.
Okay, what's the name of that building?
Hillsborough Apartments.
States 823.
Documenting just the front and where the defendant's apartment was.
States 826.
The front door of the apartment, documenting the number of picks to the door.
How would you describe this apartment looking at states 827?
Incredibly neat and clean.
What area of the home is this?
Be the living room area.
States 828.
Another angle from the living room area, looking back into a office and his bedroom.
States 829.
The kitchen.
States 830.
More of the kitchen.
I guess for a dorm room, this is incredibly neat. Everything's organized, put away. I see Deer Park water on the counter. Not a sponsor yet.
He's got slightly out of order here. Now, did you find any documentation from his residence with his name on it?
Yes, there's multiple different things that had his name on it.
By way of example, looking at states 851, what are we looking at here?
University of Georgia student ID of some type.
I spy some money. He sure looks a lot different than how he presents in court.
States 860 here. Where are we now within the apartment?
It would be in his bedroom.
States 866.
At the bedroom closet.
States 867.
And another angle in his
The
hand.
shoes, the shirts,
closet in bed.
the hangers all go in the same direction.
Was his bed made?
Not at that time. It was a little disheveled.
What about the sheets?
They were kind of balled up a little bit, but I mean the sheets were pulled out. But it was kind of in between. It looked like somebody just slept in it not long ago.
States 872.
It's a driver's license.
Sorry, trying to keep these in order.
Sorry, we don't like these types of documents.
What is it that you found in States 873?
So that was actually found in a washing machine. That was a North Face zip-up jacket.
States 875, what is being documented there?
Zooming in on the label.
Michelle's Mixed Media Madness, happy birthday.
States 877.
Did I miss you?
It was another bedroom that had been converted into like a computer room.
And were there any items of interest within this room?
Yes, we found 2 pistol magazines in that desk drawer.
So we will skip ahead for just a moment. Hang on. States 895. Is that the desk drawer you just referenced?
That is correct, yes.
States 890. Seven. Are those the magazines you referenced?
Yes, they are.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 673 here. Do you recognize State 673?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State 673?
These are the 2 pistol mags, as well as the ammunition contained within the pistol mags that we found in the desk drawer.
And the photograph we were just looking at?
That is correct.
State moves to tender State 673 into evidence.
Okay.
State 673 is admitted.
Now, were the head stamps of the ammunition found within these magazines documented?
Yes.
Okay, and what type of head stamps did all 29 bullets contain?
Luger.
Sig Luger 9mm.
Now, did you all, without opening these in their entire, well, let me do this. Let me go ahead and show you States 903 through 913. Do you recognize States 903 through 913?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize 903 to 913?
These are photographs taken at our headquarters in our crime scene processing lab of the ammunition once they were removed from the magazines. So we get an accurate count, show the head stamp as well as the type of projectile it is. This also contains photographs of the gun box and a box of ammunition as well.
Was all of that found in the defendant's residence at 435 North Church Street in Athens?
It was.
State moves to tender States 903 through 913 into evidence.
Any objection?
Okay.
States 903 to 913 are admitted.
Okay, so we'll circle back to that in a moment, but looking at states 882 here, did you all go into this black box?
Yes.
States 884, what type of item was inside this storage bin?
We found like one of those drawstring bags.
States 885, did you all take that out of the storage bin?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, states 886, what are the items that we see next to the drawstring bag?
So we found like a little tackle box type container, as well as a gun box belonging to a ZTech OZ9.
Looking at states 887 here, is that zoomed in on the ZTech box?
Yes.
All right, states 888, what have you now done with the ZTech box?
So here we opened up the box, and inside we saw a box of SIG hollow point ammunition.
States 889, is that what's being documented here?
Yes, ma'am.
States 890.
It's a closer view, yes.
147 grain. Hollow points. Personal defense rounds. Yeah, the gun looked like it was
Did you find any other magazines or ammunition? Looking at states 900.
So that was the magazines when we were counting the ammunition in that. We put them in the cups so we wouldn't lose any.
Is that documented in the photos that follow, such as 901?
It's a red Solo
and
cup.
902.
Yes.
They used a red Solo cup.
Now moving on to states 903. Is that one of the magazines recovered from the drawer?
Yes, it is.
And what type of magazine is that?
The magazine for Glock style pistols and 9mm.
This is looking right down the.
How many rounds does this sort of magazine hold?
This one held 17 rounds.
And looking at well, let me ask you this. All the bullets that are next to this magazine in states 903, where did those come from?
Came from that magazine.
In states 904, is this just another angle of the same?
Yeah, it's showing different angles of the projectiles.
And does it also document, maybe not perfectly, but that
Yeah, it's blurry in there, but they were 9mm.
So how many projectiles or bullets were there in the first magazine there?
It was 17, so it was at full capacity.
Now this type of magazine, you said it was a Glock magazine that held 17 bullets, which was full with SIG 9mm ammunition. Could this magazine fit into the ZTech OZ9?
Yes, I think that particular magazine is ZTech's magazine, but ZTech is based off of Glock pistols, so their size and shape are interchangeable, I'm saying.
States 905 and states 906. Which magazine is this?
I've been the second magazine that we found in the location.
And so for states 905 and 906, is that just a different angle but the same magazine as well as bullets?
Correct, it's showing different angles of the ammunition.
And how many bullets were located in this magazine?
12.
Is this the same exact magazine as we saw from the first one?
It's the same type of magazine, yes.
In other words, does it hold the same number of rounds?
Correct, yes. That one also holds 17 9mm rounds. We found only 12 in that particular magazine.
So how many more rounds for this one to be at max capacity?
So it was missing 5 rounds from being at max capacity, which was consistent with the number of projectiles we had recovered in this case.
And just for a reminder, how many projectiles were recovered on scene?
2 on scene.
Okay, and how many projectiles were recovered from the medical examiner's office?
In 3 years, 2 from Justin Hicks, 1 from Amber Hicks.
And after you all worked to kind of make sense of the scene and determine potentially how many gunshot wounds total were suffered, what conclusion did you all reach?
A minimum of 5 shots.
Looking now at 907 here, what are we looking at in 907?
That's documenting the ZevTech pistol box.
It states 908, is this the same box?
It is. This is documenting the make and model of the firearm, the brand, as well as the serial number.
Now, at this point in time, when you all took this ZevTech box from Athens, had you all already gone to the Lanz's residence at 600 Delphinium?
Yes, that ZevTech that was located at 600 Delphinium had already been recovered by this time.
So was this box consistent with the make and model of the firearm you had recovered from the defendant's parents?
Yes, as well as the serial number.
States 909, is that the same box of ammunition we previously looked at?
Correct.
States 911 here, was this box of ammunition full?
This box was, yes.
And was this the same type of ammunition that was in the 2 separate magazines?
Yes.
Now from here, did you obtain purchase records of the ZevTech OZ9 that was recovered from the defendant's parents' house?
Yes, I did.
And where did you get those documents from?
The Athens Gun Club, I believe it was the name. Athens Gun Club, I believe it was.
This time state those contender states 667 in the evidence, which is the business record certificate from the Athens Gun Club, along with state 668, which is the 4473 firearm transaction record, as well as states 669, which is the invoice from the purchase of the ZevTech OZ9, serial number ZA04909, all of which is covered by the business record certification.
Defense.
No, good.
States Exhibit 667, 668, and 669 are all admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Looking first here at state 668, the 4473, what type of information is included on a 4473?
This will be the purchaser's information, the date of the purchase, as well as the weapon that is being purchased.
And here specifically, what type of weapon was being purchased?
It says Zev OZ9, and then it has a serial number, which is ZA04909. And then it documents that it is a pistol and it is a 9mm.
And who is listed as the purchaser of this weapon?
Matthew Scott Lanz.
What is the address that was listed?
Used 600 Delphinium Boulevard in Ackworth, Georgia, which was his parents' home and home he grew up in.
What is the date of this purchase?
So it was actually purchased on the October 13th. The paperwork was filled out, I believe, during October 6th, but according to the purchase receipts and the actual transfer date, it was 10/13 of 2021.
So did he wait a week? Was there a wait?
Was there a signature produced on the 4473 on October 13th of 2021?
Yes, it was.
And whose signature, what name appears there?
That's consistent with Matthew Lanz.
Whose driver's license was copied during the purchase of this OZ9?
Georgia driver's license belonging to Matthew Scott Lanz.
And then looking at state 669 here, what are we looking at?
So this is their actual purchase receipt or their invoice from this purchase. It says it was completed on October 13th of 2021 at 10:32 a.m. And these items were sold to Matthew Scott Lanz of 600 Delphinium Boulevard in Ackworth. And the purchased items were one Zev OZ 9mm. That would be the pistol. Then there was actually 3 boxes of SIG 147 grain 9mm hollow points. And then there was 1 box of Stand 1 Armory 9mm. Not sure if that was a hollow point or not though. And that the payment was made in cash.
And that was on the same date as the 4473?
The 4473, according to the dates, appeared that it was filled out on October 6th, but the weapon was actually transferred and in his possession on October 13th.
And is this firearm that we've just reviewed in 667, 668, and 669 the same firearm that was sent to the ATF forensic lab for testing?
Yes, it was.
All right, now moving on to let's see, I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 914 and 915. Did you go through the foam extraction of the defendant's device as performed by Sergeant Harder?
Yes, I did.
And did you pull some items of interest off of that device?
I did.
Looking at states 914 and 915, do you recognize those 2 documents?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are extraction reports from Celebrite from the defendant's phone, one being a list of device events from the phone, and one being call logs from the phone.
And are both of those true and accurate reports coming off of Celebrite, reflecting the exact data that's contained within the defendant's device at the time that it was collected on November 19th of 2021?
Yes.
State moves to tender states 914 and 915 into evidence.
Any objection? States 914 and 915 are admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
With respect to here we go. Looking at page 6 of states 914 here, and I want to focus on device event 48. Do you see that device event?
I do.
Okay. What is it that took place on the defendant's device on November 17th, 2021 at 10:16 p.m.?
The device was placed in airplane mode.
And moving down, to item 52, or line item 52, what happened to the defendant's device on November 18th of 2021 at 12:43 a.m.?
The phone was taken out of airplane mode.
Teresa, thanks for gifting a membership.
First of all, going back to 10:16 here at the top, how many minutes after seeing the defendant's vehicle on the surveillance video was the phone placed in airplane mode?
Approximately 5 minutes.
And how long did it remain in airplane mode?
2 hours. More than 2 hours.
And approximately how long does it take to drive from the Atlanta area to Athens?
Approximately, I'd say on average about an hour 45.
Now, while we're on the topic of device events, do device events allow you to see when a phone is like unlocked or locked?
Depends on a lot, but some devices do, yes.
Sure. Well, looking at this exhibit, for example, for Matthew Lanz's device, were you able to see when it was unlocked or locked?
Yes.
Were you able to see when the display lighting came on or off?
Yes, there were records of that.
Okay. Were you able to see airplane mode and so forth?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Did you look for this sort of information in Justin or Amber's phone to see if that would help with any form of timeline?
I did, but there were no device events in their phone that was extracted.
Okay. And is that just some of the discrepancies sometimes you see among phones?
Yeah, it would depend on a certain model of phone or what operating system has been currently downloaded on the phone and how that interacts with Cellbrite.
Now I want to look at States Exhibit 915 here. What do we see on States Exhibit 915? What type of report is this?
These are call logs, so calls incoming and outgoing from the device.
Now, how many total, looking at States 915, how many total call logs were included on this report?
27.
Now, did you see any, let's see this, let me go first to looking at line items, let's see, 13 and 14, do you see those two? Whoops.
I do.
Okay, so on November 17th of 2021, do we see any contact between the defendant and his father or dad?
Yes, we do.
Okay. How many calls are there that we're looking at?
There are 2 calls.
Were any of them connected?
Yes, one was.
Okay. And what time was that call?
That was on 11/17/2021 at 7:57 p.m. and 32 seconds.
And how long was that call connected?
At 1:58 seconds.
Now, during the interview that you had with Mr. Lanz, did he ever reference having a phone call with his father?
Did he reference talking to his father about coming home to the house at some point? I don't specifically recall.
Well,
now, thereafter, what was the date of the next any sort of phone incoming or outgoing call?
It would have been on, well, the next call that came to his phone was not answered, however, that was on November 18th, 2021 at 11:24 a.m. and 2 seconds.
And so at this point in time, when his dad called him, I think you already mentioned, was it answered?
It was not.
Okay. And at 11:24 and 2 seconds, had even an hour and a half or 2 hours passed since the murders were discovered?
I'm sorry, say that again.
How long had passed since the murders were discovered by law enforcement?
Yeah, roughly 2 hours or so.
Thereafter, do you see another phone call?
Yes.
Okay. Incoming or outgoing?
That was incoming.
From who?
From his mother.
Was it connected?
It was a missed call.
Okay. The next call?
Is incoming from his father at 11:47 a.m. and 43 seconds. That was also a missed call.
Deborah Kaiser, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Down at the bottom here.
It's a call from Alex Lanz. I believe that's his sister, and that is a missed call. That was November 18th of 2021 at 11:51:31.
Next one.
Another call from Alex Lanz, same date. That was 11:52 a.m. and 6 seconds, also a missed call.
Next.
Additional call from Alex Lanz on November 18th, 2021. It was at 11:54 a.m. and 16 seconds, also a missed call.
Next.
Incoming call from mom, November 18th, 2021. It's 11:58 a.m. and 15 seconds, and that was a missed call.
Next one.
This is another missed call at 11/8, November 18th, 2021 at 12:05 p.m. and 47 seconds. That was an incoming call from his mother.
Missed?
Yes, that was missed.
All right, the next call?
This is another missed call on November 18th, 2021 at 12:23 p.m. and 35 seconds. And that was an incoming call from his mom.
Missed?
Yes, missed.
Next.
Incoming call from his dad at November 18th, 2021 at 1:38 p.m. and 41 seconds, and that was also a missed call.
All right, and then finally.
And then there's an incoming call from his mother at November 18th, 2021 at 2:14 p.m. and 42 seconds. That's also a missed call.
Do you recall during Scott and Teresa Lanz's interviews whether Teresa Lanz said that she attempted to call her son once she arrived in Athens?
Yes, she did.
And is this time stamp consistent with the general time frame she gave you as to when she arrived in Athens?
Close to it, maybe about 15 minutes behind.
Now this last call that we have here, is that any form of family member?
No, it was not.
Is that someone you actually spoke to?
Yes, I believe he was a classmate that attended UGA. I just don't recall which class it was from.
So looking from line item 2 through line item 12, how many phone calls were made from Lanz's family members to him on November 18th of 2021?
It was 10. 10 or 11.
That's a lot of calls.
11, I believe.
Now, did you look in Lanz's device to see if he had any sort of GPS or location data that was logged?
I did.
And were you able to find any relevant location data between 7:07 p.m. when we know that the Hicks were alive through 9:45 a.m. on November 18th of 2021 when law enforcement was responding to the homicides?
His mobile device did not record any location data after 11:17, a little bit after noon, from my recollection.
On what day?
November 17th, 2021.
Nothing after November 17th, 2021?
Around, I think it was, I don't recall, but it was in the 12 o'clock hour. After that point, there was no location data ever recorded on the device.
Now, did you also obtain his AT&T records?
I did.
Right. And what was the primary purpose at that point in time in obtaining AT&T records?
Tower location data.
Were you able to determine whether there was any cell tower data originating from phone calls during the relevant time period?
He had no incoming or outgoing phone calls or text messages that recorded tower locations during that time.
And so because there's a lack of phone calls, did that result in a lack of towers generated from phone calls?
Correct. You would need to either receive an incoming call or place an outgoing call. Same thing with text messages in order to record a tower location record. And in this case, there were none during that time.
Next, Your Honor, the state moves to tender State's Exhibit 916 into evidence, which is a business record certificate from Google for the Google records concerning MatthewLanz13@gmail.com, as well as State's 917, which is an activity search history report contained and covered by the Google business record certificate.
Any objection?
Your Honor, we've talked about that particular exhibit. I think the state has picked out maybe 8 or 9 of those will be in the court. The remainder of those can be put into the record, but not go to the government.
Okay.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so states 916 and 917 are admitted with the limited limitations on the emails that will be presented to the court.
Searches. But yes, searches.
Searches, sorry.
That's okay. All right, so may I publish the ones we've discussed? Okay, very good. State's Exhibit 917 here Let's see, what sort of Google search did you see on November 16th of 2021?
Searching facts about blood. It was a Johns Hopkins website.
And what other search was looked at on November 16th of 2021?
Catholicism and the Ten Commandments for Dummies.
Was there a reference to the Ten Commandments during your interview with Mr. Lanz?
Yes, that was a reference made by Detective Jackson during the interview.
I just found that humorous.
Looking at October 9th here, what sort of searches were seen on October 9th?
That's the 29th, I think, really.
I'm sorry, 29th.
Ballistic calculators for long-range shooting.
Looking next at, I guess, earlier in the day or evening or early morning hours of October 29th of 2021, what other search do you see?
What would getting shot by 308 be like?
And
do heads really explode as portrayed in Pulp Fiction?
Whoa.
looking at October 20th of 2021, what sort of Google search do you see?
OZ9 combat pistol, black slide and barrel with Trijicon RM06 optic.
And how long after the purchase of his ZevTech 09 OZ9 was this search made?
Not even 2 weeks.
And what else do you see on, October 17th of 2021?
That says 22 mag velocity. And then it continues on. There's another search for Zev OZ9.
Threaded barrel. Threaded barrel is for a silencer.
Then also on October 15th of 2000.
These were probably butt dials.
What do we see here?
Butt searches.
Another search for Zev OZ9. This is for reference of barrel length in inches.
And below that.
This is for Glock 19 barrel length inches.
And then on October 15th.
Zev pistols, a couple of different models there. I think that's like the main website.
Do you see another search for Zev 09?
Yes.
Or OZ9?
Yes, actually visited the website.
Okay. And this was how many days after the official purchase where he then possessed the Zev OZ9?
2 days.
Then looking at October 12th of 2021, what sort of searches were done on October 12th of 2021?
Total number of fatalities in the United States 2018.
And also?
Mortality in the United States 2019.
And?
CDC. This is a visited website, Fast Stats, it's death and mortality.
And when was this in relation to the purchase of the Zev OZ9?
The day before.
Very briefly, did you obtain other records through the course of your investigation?
Yes.
Did that include things like Instagram records?
Yes, it did.
UGA records?
Yes, student records.
Did you speak to some classmates?
Yes.
Did you obtain some flock images as we've discussed previously?
Yes, I did.
Did you also extract some computer or hardware devices from the defendant?
I did.
Did you speak to neighbors in the surrounding area?
Yes, I did.
With regard to any of that material, were you able to glean at anything that was relevant to this double homicide?
No.
Did you ever find a link between Amber and or Justin Hicks and the defendant Matthew Lanz?
Not personally, only to the residents.
And when you say the link to the residents, was that really with Matthew Lanz or his brother?
His brother.
And I know we've talked a lot about Matthew Lanz. Is he in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you please point him out for the court?
Yes, he's the gentleman sitting at the defense table wearing a green jumpsuit.
Let the record reflect that he has identified the defendant in this case. Nonetheless,
just the record will reflect.
Thank you. Despite not having a specific connection between this defendant and Amber and or Justin Hicks, what evidence linked Matthew Lanz to these homicides?
Well, we know from video evidence and his own statements that he was in the area during the time frame these crimes occurred. Not just in the area, but within a very, very, very close proximity by his own admission. We also know that his vehicle had left the neighborhood approximately 1 minute after the last known rear porch light had gone off, and we see movement running from the backyard. So the car was seen leaving within the right time frame of when we have identified that the crime occurred. The defendant then puts his phone in airplane mode and goes back to Athens, at which point his parents recover a pistol from his person the next day, less than 24 hours after the crime occurred.
This guy's giving the closing statement.
The weapon was in his possession. He was reluctant on giving the weapon to his mother and subsequently gave it to his father, at which point it was collected, brought back to his parents' house. That weapon and ultimately ballistically matched shell casings that we had recovered from the crime scene. That ammunition contained from that pistol, as far as the pistol magazines belonging to that gun, did match the same type of ammunition that was recovered from the crime scene. Not only was the weapon ballistically matched to the shell casings, but the defendant's DNA was recovered from the pistol grip of that weapon, which he then actually purchased in Athens a little over a month before this murder happened.
So there's the trial in a nutshell.
Given the very narrow time frame you were able to establish as to when these murders occurred, what was that small window again?
It was 9:59 p.m. and 40 seconds to approximately 10:10 p.m.
And when was it that Jacob Hicks actually left that home? Or was taken out of the home?
Around 9:45, 9:50. I don't recall the exact time he exited the house.
Which is roughly how long the 2-year-old Jacob was inside the home with his dead parents?
Just shy of 12 hours.
Did you lay eyes on Jacob that day?
I did see him when I first arrived.
What did his PJs look like?
They were covered in blood.
Attorney Barry, you may proceed with your cross.
Thank you, Judge.
Cross-examination, and then I think we're going to have to rest.
Good afternoon, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about the residence when you first arrived. You basically went around the scene and looked at what you thought may have happened. You saw glass that was broken to the interior of the home, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Like somebody knocked the glass out from outside in.
Correct.
Okay. But there was glass on the exterior of the home as well.
There was, yes.
Okay. And when you came in, there was a white gate that had been pushed forward rather than backward, pushed away from the living room instead of pushed into the living room.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you found out that there was a dog that was barking a lot when the officers first arrived. Did you happen to see that dog?
I think they corralled the dog. I think it might have been in a car by the time I arrived, but I have seen that dog on the body cam.
Okay. Now, after observing these things, did you want to find out what lights may have been on the interior of the home or the exterior of the home around 10 o'clock?
From the interior of the home, I know what light was on or off when we arrived to the home.
Right, that's what I did. Yeah. Okay. Was the light on in the playroom where the Christmas tree was?
When we arrived, I don't recall that being on. I know the living room light was off at the time.
Christmas tree lights were lit.
Correct. They were.
Were there any lights on in the living room area other than TV?
Not when I arrived there, no.
Do you know whether anyone had turned any of the lights on or off before you got there?
No, I did not. Well, I watched the body cam of the first responding officer, and they were still off. From my recollection, when I was there, they were still off.
Had you observed that there were a number of motion sensor lights that were placed around the home?
On the exterior, yes, sir.
On the exterior of the home.
Yes, sir.
Were there motion sensor lights close to where the delivery box was found on the side of the home?
Just off the corner, so you'd actually have to kind of round and go past that front door, and then there was one right on the edge of the home on the corner.
And was there a group of sensor lights past that, close to where the window had been broken in?
Yes, there was an additional set closer to the window near that patio area.
Okay. Would the sensor lights close to the delivery box, would they come on at the same time that the other satellites close to the little patio where the broken glass were, or would they be independent?
I do not know that question. I'm not sure if they're independent or if they would trigger on in unison.
Okay. When these lights would be triggered on, do you know what length of time they would stay on before they went off?
Don't recall the length of time.
Okay. And if you, say for instance, if someone came up on the porch and the lights came on, and they're motion sensor lights, right?
Are you talking about the front porch now?
On the back porch there where the glass was broken.
Yes.
Okay. If you entered that area, they're motion sensor lights, so they would naturally come on, right?
If you were captured by the motion sensor, yes. I would assume that the lights would come on.
Okay. And you saw those?
I did see them.
Okay. And they are motion sensor lights?
Yes.
And that's what y'all looked at with Detective Smith. He showed you where the motion sensor lights had come on in the back during certain time periods, which you testified to a few minutes ago, at 9:31, 9:55, and 10:05.
Yes, I watched that video.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So the motion sensor lights, then, if you came within the range, they're going to come on.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what range that would be? 10 feet, 12 feet?
I do not know. I did not test them when I was there on the initial scene.
Okay, so nobody tested those to find out?
No, not any information was relayed back to me if there was. So I don't have any knowledge.
So if I'm on that patio and I break that window out, that motion sensor light would come on because I'm having activity on that porch.
Either that or from when you approach the patio.
Okay. So once you approach the patio, if I then break the window and go inside and they go off, they would have to come back on when I exited through that window, right?
Yes.
Okay. Or I'd have to exit some other place.
Yes, or you'd have to exit some other.
Okay. So the motion sensor lights did not come on again after 10:10:08, correct?
That's correct.
And the motion sensor lights came on at 9:55, correct? According to your testimony.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so they're on, but the time that they're on, Miss Hicks is on, apparently on her telephone with a group text, and text at 9:59. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The sensor lights did not come on between 9:59 and 10:10, right?
I don't recall any other lights being activated in the rear at that point.
We're talking about searching the vehicle. You went to Sandy Springs to look at the vehicle. Did you ultimately bring it back to Cobb?
So it went, once Sandy Springs was finished with their search warrant, it went to Ayden Towing, which is, I guess, the company they contract with.
Mm-hmm.
I then got a search warrant, retrieved it from Ayden Towing, and then it was transported back to Cobb.
Now, in the vehicle, did you actually search it yourself or someone else?
I was there.
Okay. Did you find any glass shards in the floorboard of that vehicle?
I did not.
Were there any clothing items other than the backpack in the car?
Clothing items other than the backpack. There was some underwear and socks. And if you consider a poncho maybe a clothing item, but I remember, I think there's some shoes in the trunk. Golf shoes.
And I think you indicated that there was a flashlight in the glove box.
Correct. That was located during the Sandy Springs search.
Okay. Do you know how old that flashlight was?
I do not know how old that flashlight is.
Okay. Don't know how many times the flashlight had been used or for what purpose?
No, sir.
And you have a speculation, but you don't know for sure that the flashlight was ever used to knock any windows out.
No, I cannot confirm if it was used to knock any windows out. I just saw that it had the ability to.
Does that scratches?
On that end cap that I described, that was pointed, yes, sir.
Did you find in the car Mr. Lanz's wallet?
No, we found. Don't recall if we found his wallet in there.
Okay. Do you know whether he had a wallet at the time he was arrested?
If there was, it was not given to me at any point that I recall.
So you don't know what may have happened to his wallet?
I don't recall what happened to his wallet.
Was there a wallet found in Athens when you did the search there?
We found his driver's license in Athens. I just don't recall a wallet.
So were there a number of service stations between Athens and where the car was ultimately found?
I would imagine so, yes, sir.
Okay. But you don't know whether he had a wallet with him or any money because none was ever given to you?
I don't recall any wallet. I definitely don't recall any currency. If Sandy Springs or the GBI collected a wallet with currency, it was never provided to me.
Yeah.
I remember seeing a $5 bill with his driver's license, but I don't know about the wallet. That might have been his school ID.
You told us that on the video interview that you took with him, you mentioned a number of times seeing lights, demonic lights, at that home. Did you ask him whether it could have been Christmas tree lights?
So there were kind of several conversations about lights and who it was pertaining to and how they were described. So if there's a specific moment that might be easier for me to answer that for you, because lights were mentioned in several different conversations about different people.
You I assume that you knew that his brother had been killed in Washington by an agent?
I did learn that, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ask him any questions about that?
He was a little sensitive about talking about that particular. We did talk some about his brother, but not so much about how he passed.
Okay. Talking about the clothing that you received from Sandy Springs, you mentioned the North Face, the gray North Face. I think you see that in one of the photographs. Did you ask him if that was the one that he was wearing the night before?
So when I asked him in the interview, I made a statement that you were wearing the same hoodie as you're wearing today as you wore during the time frame of the murder. His response was, no, that's my North Face one. So when we recovered the North Face one later on in his apartment, we took photos of both of them. From the one collected from the Sandy Springs incident, the one found in his apartment.
The one in Sandy Springs, the gray hoodie, is it a North Face?
Yes, it was.
Okay. The one you found in Athens was not a hoodie.
It's a zip-up jacket.
Zip-up jacket, but not a hoodie, right? And when he entered the home there in Sandy Springs, he had on another piece of clothing over that hoodie.
He did some kind of camouflage jacket sometime.
Okay. So the gray hoodie would have been under another piece of clothing.
It was. I didn't know about the gray hoodie being worn at that time until they cut it off of him and told me that they recovered it.
Okay.
Josh, congratulations.
Talking about the
that was awesome news.
Doing the GSR test. Sometimes you don't do it on clothing because it gets washed or it can be rubbed off. And in this particular situation, one of the officers came in contact with him, but that was a secondary piece of clothing, not the outer piece of clothing, correct?
And which, I mean, they cut a lot of those off and handcuffed him. I mean, it would be transference easily all over his body.
Okay, but not if he had a shirt over that North Face. If they were touching him all over, they would have been touching the outer clothing, not the inner clothing.
The covering was like a mesh camouflage
poncho
looking thing that he was wearing. I don't think that would completely block any GSR from getting anywhere else in his clothing.
It's mesh.
Now you told us you don't use the GSR that much, but it's a tool that police officers use. A tool just like DNA or any other tool that you use in investigation, correct?
It can provide investigative lead, yes, sir.
Sure. It's kind of like playing the lottery. If you don't do it, you're not going to get a result, right?
Well, in this case, I wouldn't have been able to tell you if the GSR recovered from his incident in Sandy Springs came from Sandy Springs or it came from this homicide. No, I would not be able to tell you one way or another.
But if you did it and you got a positive result, that would just be another piece of evidence that you might use.
At that point, I couldn't validate that piece of evidence because the town didn't taint it because he didn't shot twice.
Bottom line is, you didn't do it.
No, we did not do that.
You didn't find any spent cartridges in Athens, did you?
No, sir.
Talk about the shoes that you collected. Did you collect any shoes from Athens?
We didn't collect any. Looked at them, but ended up collecting any.
Did you ask him if these tennis shoes, we saw pictures of that with shard glass on them, did you ask him if those were the shoes that he wore the night before?
I did not see those shoes until after I interviewed him, so no, I did not mention it in my interview with him.
Okay. So you don't know whether those are the shoes that he would wear?
I cannot confirm that, no.
Now, where he left the vehicle was a good, mile and a half or 2 miles to where he was ultimately arrested?
And approximate depending on the route you take to get to that area.
And do you know whether he walked up the road or walked through the woods, or how he was able to get from his car to the residence that he ultimately went into?
To my understanding, I was not the investigator on that particular case. My understanding, he cut through some woods at some point to get to the neighborhood. The exact route, I couldn't tell you. I was not the lead investigator in that.
Okay. Around streets and sometimes in the woods, you find people that have broken glass and thrown glass out in those areas. That'd be fair to say?
It's a pretty nice area over there, but it's possible.
Okay. The SIG 9mm ammunition, is that pretty common ammunition used in 9mm?
Yes.
Okay. Were you there when the gun was collected from Mr. Lanz's home?
No, I was not. I was in Sandy Springs with him in his vehicle.
All right. Do you know whether the officers found a clip there at the home?
Yes, there was that. You talking about with the weapon or just in the home in general?
Either with the weapon in the same coat. You know if there was one found and what it was found?
Yes, there was a .40 caliber magazine in the same coat pocket that the weapon was located. And then they also looked into a safe that was in the residence that contained firearms and other magazines.
How many bullets were in the magazine that was found in the same coat pocket as the gun?
So the weapon was empty at that point. The magazine that was recovered with it was, I don't believe that had any ammunition, and it was for a .40 caliber pistol.
A little bit bigger diameter than
Show
this.
you State's Exhibit 442. 442. 445.
What are you going to show us, sir? Is this the silencer or the suppressor? And there are just mugs everywhere in this courtroom. If you look around, how many can you see right now? How many beverage containers can you see? Josh, thanks for your generosity and great news. You're coming home from the
Just
hospital.
fine for the state. I don't know why it's not working.
Agreeing with us,
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Almost like you're
I appreciate
not.
that. Let me show you what's been identified as State's Exhibit 445. Do you know where that particular projectile came from?
So that projectile, the way the picture's taken is they locked the slide from that firearm to the rear and have taken that projectile out of the chamber.
Okay, so it would have been taken out of the chamber of the weapon.
A weapon found at the house, not the one we recovered in the jacket pocket.
Okay,
Different
so
one.
Is this not the same weapon that you recovered?
No.
I can't tell from that what picture it's kind of zoomed in. There was lots of firearms taken from it.
There were 2 firearms that were just alike, correct?
Looks like a Glock.
This picture is of a standard Glock with a laser. I see the Glock emblem on it. It is not a ZevTech Technologies pistol. So this, I believe, is a different pistol taken from the safe.
Would you talk to any of the
Nice try,
officers
though.
about when you were getting the information, what gun that was?
I know they
Whether that
collected.
bullet came out of that gun.
Well, that firearm was not of interest to me. It was in a lock safe belonging to his parents. We were particularly looking for that ZevTech.
You indicated to us that Mr. Lanz's phone went on airplane mode about 10:15.
It was 10:16, yes.
And what would be the purpose of putting a phone on airplane mode?
One typically in criminal cases that I deal with, when people do it to avoid any recording any locations.
Why did he ask that question?
Well, if you had something in mind, would you put it on airplane mode on the way there rather than on the way back?
Could, yeah.
Maybe you didn't think about it till then.
You just covered 3 things. You don't have any information that Mr. Lanz had ever met the Hicks, do you?
No, I have. I don't think there was any witness statements or evidence in phones or anything indicating they've ever met in person or spoke to each other.
You don't have any information about anything that was taken from the residence.
Which residence?
The Hicks residence, sorry.
Do I have information about what was taken from it?
You don't have any information of anything that was taken from the Hicks residence.
You mean as like a theft?
Yes.
No, I can say the crime scene was not consistent with the theft, but I did not itemize every object in their house.
Okay. But there did not appear, nobody said, oh, this gun was missing or this watch was missing or anything of that nature.
No, sir, there's never been a report of a missing item that I'm aware of.
Just their lives were taken.
And you have not been able to determine any motive for this shooting.
The only connection I have is from the house and the defendant's brother.
So the motive that you think is because of Mr. Lanz's brother?
I didn't say that. I just said it was the only connection to the Hicks was that house in Lanz.
All right, thank you.
Those are your words, Counselor.
Great, thank you, Attorney Berry. 88 Green, are there any additional questions or redirect for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay,
And the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Listen.
Any objection from the defense?
It's 4:34.
Just excusing the witness.
No,
Okay, thank you. Can I approach?
Can y'all approach? The judge wants to know what's going to happen next. Everyone grabs their drink containers, of which there are many, scattered all over this courtroom. Bring your own beverage to court. That's what they're doing here. There are some individuals there on the, I would say on the defense's side. It doesn't mean you're with the defense to sit there. It's not like at a wedding where you have to sit on the side of the groom or the side of the bride if you're with them. It's not like that, right? Court isn't like that, but it tends to be that way. It tends to sort of, you gravitate to one side or the other. It's just awkward, right? It's like, hey, I'm here in support of so-and-so. It's like, oh, well, I hope he rots in prison. Well, let's sit next to each other. No, that doesn't happen very much. Judgment of acquittal, even though it's a bench trial? Yes. Yes, it doesn't change the objections. I think he should make a judgment of acquittal. We'll have to look at the elements of the crime in Georgia to see what needs to be met. But don't think he'll testify. He sure hasn't shown any indication that he wants to testify, but I think he's got a good lawyer, believe it or not. I think the lawyer's good, and the lawyer's going to keep him from testifying or convince him not to. Convince him to make his own decision not to testify. Bring your own Stanley to court. Isn't prosecution arresting today? Yes, I think they're going to arrest as soon as the judge comes back on mic. Today is Wednesday. Tomorrow is the podcast. Thomas and I have a cool little surprise for you tomorrow. You want to be here. It could be good for you. That's all I say. It could be good for you to be here. The lawyer is fantastic. I wouldn't go that far. He hasn't done a lot. Everything he's objected to has been admitted over his objection, so he hasn't won any objections. That's not on him. That's the legal argument. But he's done the bare minimum. He's definitely fought the issues. He's brought a couple things to light that, okay, fair, says Nexus Lexus. He's brought a couple things to light that are important. I think the argument about the Miranda rights, that was a well fought argument, saying that he should have been re-Mirandized. These are different interviewers, right? We've got two different people that come in, and now we're talking about a different case. I thought that was a pretty good argument. It was enough that the judge said, I'm going to allow it, but as I go along, if I listen to this, I might change my mind. She didn't, but I think he did a good job there. What are we doing in the channel on Thanksgiving week? Not having a podcast and just enjoying time with our families. That's what we're going to do Thanksgiving week. Are cookies involved in tomorrow's podcast? I don't know. I owe Mrs. R.A. an apology for telling her that her cookies were not yummy. They are. They're delicious. And she did, in fact, bring one to me begrudgingly. But they're really good. She gave me one of the Twix cookies, where you take a Twix candy bar. And Twix, for those that aren't familiar, is chocolate-covered caramel over like a graham cracker type thing. Am I getting that right? You chop it up into little pieces, and you basically use them like as if you were making cookies with Hershey Kisses in them. You know, the large chocolate chips. That's really good. Let's see. RA will be television's Thanksgiving prep, Mrs. RA. That would be fun to tune in. I'm not sure if we're doing a turkey this year, come to think of it. We have a ham, but not sure if I've shared this. We have a couple people we have a couple people who invite themselves to Thanksgiving dinner every year. And it's sort of funny. So if we might need a turkey. We just prepare for guests. And there might be some that we invite as well. So, isn't the Twix more shortbread than graham cracker? Yeah, it's definitely crunchy. What I like about the Twix is they stay crunchy, so that part stays crunchy in the cookie. So you've got the melted caramel and chocolate, and then the crunch. Repeat after me. No. I say caramel instead of caramel. It's a wafer. Nilla wafer is probably a better description of it. That sort of consistency. I say caramel. I say lots of things wrong. So. Look at the lady on the far right hand side of this picture that's nodding in the sort of the black and white patterned shirt. If her name is Connie, I used to work with her. Connie, is that you? Does somebody know her name? Is that a Connie there, or is that somebody else? Man, she looks familiar. Kit Kat or Twix? I'd have to go with Twix. I'm sorry. I don't like the the blockiness of a Kit Kat. It's the shape thing. It's not a flavor. It's just the shape I'm not a big fan of. Here we go. Let's hear it.
Okay. We will recess at this time. Actually, just a couple of things I want to put on the record first.
Okay.
State,
Call your next witness.
do you want to, this tomorrow or today, as far as your case is concerned?
We can complete it today, Your Honor, before we rest. Do we need to circle back on the Jackson-Deno matter for the interview?
Yes, and based on, let me go back to, that was exhibit number 474, based on what the court viewed in the interview, particularly as it relates to Cobb County Police detectives interviewing Mr. Lanz. I think it also was like a 45-minute break. It was a continuation. I find that was a continuation. There was not a significant lapse of time, and also it was a initiation of the discussion that Mr. Lanz gave. So I'm going to admit, not it was admitted over objection, but take that into consideration as evidence that the court will consider in its deliberations.
She allows it.
Very good. So with that, Your Honor, we will rest.
Okay.
Now they rest.
And so, Attorney Barry, you will follow procedures tomorrow, and if there, for what case, if you so choose to present any evidence to the court, we can discuss that in the morning. What your decision will be. Yes, what your decision will be in moving forward. All right, so we'll stand in recess. We'll get started tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. All right, everyone be safe. We'll see you all tomorrow at 9:30. We'll open the courtroom at about 9. We'll open the courtroom for around 9. All right, everyone have a great evening. Stay safe.
Everybody stay safe. Apparently, it's a big concern. I say the same thing. Stay safe. Please stay safe. So we're going to let people exit the courtroom. Bye, Connie. I know that's you. It probably isn't. It probably isn't Connie, but doppelganger, I tell you. All right. Wow, what a day. 9:30 Eastern, a little bit later start. Is that what you said? 9:30? The state has arrested. The defense will let us know tomorrow morning if they will be putting on a case. There is no requirement. They do not carry that burden. That is entirely on the states. I do think first thing in the morning, probably before they announce if they're going to arrest or not, they should put in a motion for a judgment of acquittal, or Georgia's version of that if it's a different name, to see if for some reason the judge feels that the state has not met every element of the charge or the charges against the client that he represents. And, if you can get an easy win, I would take it. I don't think in this case they will win. I think the judge is going to say in the light most favorable to the state, which they have to look at this evidence in. There is sufficient evidence for herself to find the defendant guilty of the crimes charged. Let's see. I don't know if she had a name badge. It can't be her. There's no way. I mean, I worked with her on the other side of the country, and then she shows up in a court in Georgia. I don't think that's her. All right. Another great day. Fantastic day. Thank you to all those who gifted memberships. You guys are super generous. Another 20 people got gifted a membership today, which is just great. Josh came in with a massive, massive super chat at the end of the day with great news that he's headed home from the hospital and on the mend, on the up and up. Just let me know when you're ready for us to send cookies, Josh, and I'll see what we can do. I don't know if you want them after they get mailed. But thank you all. Virginia Little, I've been absent, missed y'all. Hope you notice. We see you now. Thanks for being here. Appreciate that. Katie Bug, thank you, Red Panda RA, for translating. That was mostly RRED, not RRA, or not RA that did it. Red Pen was fantastic at that. And take a break now. Red Pen, you've done wonderful. All right, thank you all. I think that's the right button. And Deborah Kaiser gifted 5 memberships. That was awesome. Thank you very much. Gilly Mae says, my mom used to mail cookies to me in empty coffee cans. They arrived perfectly. Just need to go get a can. Stick a can in there. That'll work. Maybe if I send them frozen, they won't break as much. And then they can thaw and I don't know. I'll figure it out. There it is. Tonight when you go home, please. Holy cow, what's that noise? There's a car that just turned on their stereo and its bass and it's shaking my whole house. They're right outside the house. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning. Court starts at 9:30. We'll be going by about 9, maybe 9:15 if I get to sleep in a little bit. Podcast tomorrow night as well. So, good stuff. That was weird. Things on my desk were rattling. I swear, I have to replace windows when cars do that. These windows were built in 15? They're not made to stand to that sort of sound pressure from these stereos. But love you all. Sweet dreams. Cindy, enjoy the moment. Thank you very much. Gray is the new green. It is. Maybe we'll play Gray is the new green tomorrow. Does that work? Great. You guys have a good night. Be good to each other. Be safe. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Because he's the guy.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
What more do you need to see? I'm not a cat.